Yeah, hello there, everybody. How the devil are we all? I am here. I'm queer. Get used to it. Yeah, I hadn't planned on starting that way, but it's true. How are we all? Are we well? Going to be on with No Justice in just a second for some question time related activities. Should be interesting, hopefully. We've got yet more fucking Reform Party bullshit. Yeah. North Atlantic Globe Patch is all I'm referring to this place as henceforth. Well, I think it's appropriate. Dr. Phil Decker. Seemed appropriate as a descriptor. But there we go. But yes, so we've got that to look forward to in a second. Yes. But the first one this month we couldn't have guessed you being queer. Yeah, true. Username this entity. True. I was homophobically abused by Twitch. That's what I say. I was microaggressed against by Twitch. How are the rats today? Massive and multiplying. The rats have taken over. I think you don't really need to ask how the rats are doing in Birmingham. You probably need to ask how the humans are doing. The rats are thriving. The humans, not so much. But I appreciate your concern for our vermin brethren. Yes. Don't forget, everybody. You can give me money, and by fuck do I need it. Because, as mentioned, I was homophobically oppressed. I was being oppressed, frankly, by Twitch. And you can help break that oppression. You can fight back against their homophobia. In the form of bits and subs. Or if you're on YouTube, you can fight back against them in the form of memberships and super chats. These are all things you can do. Have the rats taken over the city council yet? Unfortunately not. I suspect that things would be going better if the rats were in charge. I was censored by Big Hetero. The hetero-industrial complex stamped down upon me. Are the rats leading turtles to fight bad guys? No, we're not American, please. I don't need any of this nonsense. I don't know where No Justice is. No, she's just gone live on Twitch. Fair enough. I'll let her off then.
What is up, Kevin? How are we?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. I've had a day, a very busy day to be honest. And by a busy day, I mean I've been editing literally from midday until right now. I've done nothing but editing for the last 8 hours.
That is too much. You need to not do that.
That's not
healthy.
I'm going on holiday to an undisclosed location on Saturday for 10 days. So I need to have videos edited for the entirety of that 10-day period, scheduled to then go up whilst I'm away, because that's like half of my revenue is the money I make from AdSense.
Yeah.
So therefore I need to ensure that I have the videos edited before I leave, which is Saturday.
Would you say that the place you're going to is currently covered in ice?
It's pretty freezing at the moment.
Yeah, it's nippy. Yes. So, I mean, presumably you won't be with us next week then.
No, I won't be. I won't be.
Good
As much as I'd
God.
love to be.
Abandoned. We've been chat. Abandoned.
Yep, literally being abandoned, being left all alone.
Well, will we survive? Wait and see. Tune in for that. That's what get him back in. I might have a breakdown. Okie dokie. Yes. So we've got question time later. I have my issues with the lineup. We'll get to it at the time, I suppose.
Oh, it's for Tory, isn't it?
Basically, yes, it is. And of course, a minor reform official, whoever he is. I don't know. We'll get to it.
I mean, I do hope they just fucking rip the shit out of him for his escapades of the last week.
Well, I hope so, but we'll wait and see about Mr. Yusuf. Yes. So, you've got bits you wanted to take a look at.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that I think's worth discussing. Let me just get my screen orientation correct. One sec.
Talking of orientation, chat, you can fight back against Twitch's homophobia against me in the form of bits and subs. You can. You can also do that in the form of bits and subs for No Justice as well.
You can do that. You can become a member on the YouTubes and things like that. So there's a couple of there's this article which I think is worth starting off. I mean, maybe it's worth front loading with the shitty content, right? Okay. Which was that it turns out that the Ministry of Defence has been training the IDF.
Yes, I did see this. Yeah. Do you want to show me the article or?
Yeah, just post the link in.
Oh, there we
Twitter.
go. Ah, okay. I'm with you. So everyone can see what's going on. So yes, not content with just voting their way in the United Nations, giving them cover, not just selling them weaponry when they said they were going to stop doing so at some point. And flying RAF Akrotiri flights, directly aiding and abetting. They're also, literally training US military at UK bases.
So this is an article from October last year, and this was referencing the fact that they had admitted that fact when James Heappey was asked this.
Yes.
In that year, specifically with regards to training, that they had a new defence agreement as well with the IDF too, which they were keeping all hush-hush at the time.
Yes. And
there's obviously been a change of government since that story was originally broke, when James Heappey was questioned on this. And Luke Pollard was asked by Rachel Maskell in the Commons,
indeed,
are we still training members of the IDF? And he says that they are. Indeed
so, yes. Rachel Maskell, Labour MP, to ask the Secretary of State for Defence when the last time was that a member of the Israeli Defence Forces was trained by the UK Armed Forces. Straightforward. To which Mr. Pollard suggests, as part of routine defence engagement with Israel, the UK is currently training a limited number of Israeli Defence Force personnel on UK-based training courses.
So all of the stuff about, the genocide is intolerable, the actions by Israel are intolerable, from Keir Starmer and from David Lammy.
Yeah.
On top of the fact they go, no, we're doing something. We've suspended 8% of the arms licenses, and we have put sanctions on 2 ministers and the settler from the Netflix documentary, or maybe been Channel 4 documentary, from the Louis Theroux video.
Yeah.
That is our token gesture. That is our virtue signal that we have done to show that we're not fully, entirely backing the Israeli government's genocide to the hilt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we are still giving 92% of the arms licenses. We're still flying spy planes over Gaza from RAF Akrotiri. On top of this, the Ministry of Defence is directly training members of the IDF to better kill Palestinians.
Yeah, they claim that the Israeli government's actions are intolerable, and yet they seem to be tolerating them very easily. Not just tolerating, but actively supporting and aiding and abetting the supposedly intolerable actions.
Literally, it's doesn't make it seem
And it's
very intolerable when you're it doesn't make it seem very intolerable when you're actively supporting it, when you're
yeah.
actively facilitating it.
They've got such a muddled legal position now because of the piecemeal nonsense. You know, they've got this. They've put some sanctions now on Smotrich and Ben Gvir for their genocidal bullshit, right? For their talking about the murder and displacement of Palestinians. But they are, like as I say, still selling them weapons, still doing reconnaissance flights for them, and actively training the forces of a government that have genocidal ministers.
Where the people that the previous defense minister, which was the defense minister at the time we started this defense training program for IDF soldiers, right? That is the defense minister who has been prosecuted for war crimes and crimes against humanity by the ICC. And of course, the Prime Minister of Israel is the same one
Yeah,
that was being indicted for crimes against humanity and war crimes.
literally has an arrest warrant out for him. Yeah. I mean, in many respects, sanctioning Benjamin Netanyahu would solve some of that issue for the UK government because they wouldn't need to invoke the ICC at all if they just banned him from travelling here in the first place, which they will never do because they're spineless cowards.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, not even cowards, just monsters.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Like this isn't a case of them wanting to do it but being too scared. They actively don't want to do it. They actively do
Well,
not want to break up. They
th-
actively do not want to break up our military and diplomatic relationships with Israel to the point of not doing arms embargoes, not doing trade sanctions, sending off fucking Ian Austin to go and have a look at their railways and ports,
yeah.
whilst training their soldiers to better kill Palestinians, and on top of this, flying spy flights for them over Gaza. It's sickening.
Well, I think it's something of a mixture. I think of out and out Zionism from some of them, and I think cowardice or careerism on the other. That if they felt they could get away with it, the Americans wouldn't punish them too heavily or whatever. It would be more convenient now to sort of distance themselves from Israel in a way that they're just not going to do because America would destroy them. So it is sort of cowardice in that respect. Like David Lammy, I don't believe for a second believes any of the things he says about this. But he's a careerist and a coward.
I mean, I think he maybe has some level of self-rationalization that he might have forced himself to change his mind so that he could allay his doubts over the role that he's committing in being, a facilitator of war crimes, allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's certainly cognitive dissonance and self-delusion. I'm sure. And again, it depends to what extent that's the case. I can't imagine he sleeps very well at night, and neither does he deserve to.
True, yeah, very true. He does not deserve to do so, but honestly, just I'm at my wit's end with this stuff. Because again, what's so frustrating is the hypocrisy and the deliberate desire to try and hoodwink the public by making public statements in the Commons with all this loaded language of, no, we stand against, there must be a change of course, this is intolerable. When in reality, behind the scenes, they continue to arm and aid and diplomatically support and provide international diplomatic cover for war crimes. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's a sort of wider disgusting element to this about how the fact that the so-called democratic governments of the Western world don't actually represent their populaces, because when polled, let's ignore America because America's fucking mental. Let's say Europe, right? Consistently, super majorities of the population want much stronger action. They want the Western governments to force Israel to the table. They want sanctions on people, in the Israeli government, and they believe it to be genocide. And yet, Western governments consistently take the exact opposite approach. They don't represent their people at all.
And this might just be the one issue where public opinion and state policy across Europe, across the West broadly, is just completely out of sync, completely divergent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even the German public have a negative view of Israel now. Like, that's unthinkable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Israel had an almost unassailable position in Germany, to the point where even the German left were pro-Israel up until very recently, which led to all kinds of very strange situations where you had Antifa flags with the Israeli flag on them, and just mad shit like that. Talking of cognitive dissonance, but now their actions are so grotesque. Like, there are only so many times you can say this is a safe zone and then bomb the safe zone before people realise maybe they're not the good guys, you know?
No, exactly.
And so even the German people are now like, this is too fucking much.
Exactly, exactly. I think you mentioned America at the start. Well, let's ignore America because they're crazy. But, like, of course, the Republicans are crazy. We know the Republicans are crazy, right? But what's been super interesting to watch is that Democratic Party voters have basically heel turned on Israel as a political group, purely on grounds of the fact that now there's a different government aiding the genocide, which I find quite funny, of course. It is still team sports as far as liberals are concerned, right? But I don't think it's necessarily team sports in that if it's something that Trump does, then they dislike it. I think a lot of these liberals secretly knew that what Israel was doing was monstrous, and then essentially duped themselves into pretending that it wasn't bad because they wanted to support Democrats and Harris and Biden. And then as soon as that mask is unveiled, and you realize that actually you are allowed to hate it now that Trump is the one doing it, they've realized themselves that actually you can't support what Israel's doing. And we've seen support for Israel cratering. And that's not just amongst young people, it's cratering amongst like mainstream liberal Democrats as well. And so we're also seeing, outside of the GOP, we're also seeing a huge disconnect amongst Democratic voters, the similar way we're seeing in Europe, between what their politicians represent and support and what their party voters represent and support. And we're seeing the reality of this when it comes to the New York mayoral primary, the New York City mayoral primary, in the Zohran Mamdani is not seeing any public backlash outside of the establishment.
Yeah.
Regular voters aren't moving away from him because he's not pro-Israel. And again, they can't even disarm him when he says shit like, I think it should be a state with equal rights, right? Where you immediately just undermine the ethno-state nature of Israel. And liberals have no way of being able to repudiate that because that's the beliefs they say they have with regards to migration and culture in the United States.
Well, did you see on that point, not to move it off too much, but do you see the Islamophobia, the very, very specific and weird Islamophobia from the Cuomo campaign today?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely amazing shit. Hang on, where are we? I definitely did bookmark this. God damn it. Hang on. They took a picture of Mr. Zohran, or Mr. Mamdani, I should say, and they beardified him to make him look more Muslimic.
Literally, they're doing what they did to Gary in Team America.
Yeah. Look, they made his beard darker and bigger to the point where gravitationally it doesn't make sense. That top of his beard is not connected to his fucking face. What sense does this make? Anyway, so that's the level of like blatant racism they're now engaging in to stop this terrible anti-Semite. Ridiculous bullshit.
Well, the thing is, they put out an advert which is just like, this guy hates Israel, he's anti-Jewish, and he's a socialist. And I'm just like,
cool.
I mean, apart from the anti-Jewish stuff was them saying he doesn't believe that Israel should be an ethno-state, right? Well, so that's what they perceive as being anti-Jewish. And, he has the best response to all of this. And as it has been throughout this constant criticism of him for being anti-Israel during the primary debates and things like that, insofar as he's just been saying, well, I care about New York. I care about New Yorkers. I think Jewish people in New York care about what's happening in New York.
Well, exactly. It's so bizarre. And again, this goes to the point we were making the other day about like why Israel gets this special treatment. No other city's mayoral election is, okay, you want to run for the mayor of Copenhagen. What do you think about Israel? What? No. It's like people of New York are voting for an elected official in New York, not fucking Tel Aviv. This doesn't make sense. Why would you ask them about this? Look, don't get me wrong. It's a foreign policy issue, and as a politician, you should have an opinion. Fine. But, like, they led off with that shit as if this was the biggest issue to the people of the Bronx. The fuck?
And they specifically hammered Mamdani as well.
Yeah.
Like, during the debate, and they were just literally saying, do you support Israel? Why don't you support it being an ethno-state? And I'm just like, fucking, don't believe in apartheid, mate.
Yeah.
Don't know
Yeah,
why that's such a
ethno-states are
controversial
not
statement for
cool,
you.
actually, yeah. And again, that's the way to go with it. Just say, no, I believe in equal rights for all Israelis. Simple. Boom. Done.
Yep.
Because then
And the thing is,
you literally have to argue explicitly for two tier citizenship. You have to argue for apartheid straight away.
it's true. It's true. And that's the thing, right? Is that, and he also, when he made his original statement in like a press interview or like a morning show interview that he did, he said, I believe that every country should have equal rights. So
Yeah.
they can't do the, oh, well, you're making a special case for Israel. Except, no, he said every country.
Yeah.
This is a standard that he would apply to everywhere. And it just happens to be that Israel is the one that gets the free pass to not do that, especially from establishment Democrats who pretend that equal rights and equality is part of their party platform. But again, with this weird exception for Israel.
Yeah. Very strange. Yes. Okie dokie. Hello there, Mixed with You and Wolf. Everyone go follow Mixed with You and Wolf immediately. Apologies, I don't know quite why, but my YouTube is not coming through on my screen chatty chat, so I'll have to sort that out at some point as well.
Mine isn't either. I think it's happening in the background.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully YouTube sort their shit out then.
I've just sent you the other article I want to look at, which is a lot funnier for us to take the edge off.
Okie doke. What is this? Okay.
It's really funny.
Okay, let's have a look at the headline. Right. Why Henrys... Sorry, we're Henrys, but we're not saying hooray. Okay. It's the new acronym for High Earner, Not Rich Yet. That's me, says one writer, who can't save on a six-figure salary. Oh, no! No! Why do you do this to me? Oh, Helena, this is evil. You're going to make me listen to some rich twat moaning. Brilliant. Okay.
Just want to actually get my screen correct again.
No problem.
Like the stuff in this article, I've done a little bit of skim read before. The stuff it says in this article is mind blowing.
Well, it's already good. It's already good. Six-figure salary, can't save. I mean, quite literally buy less avocado toast then, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
I earn more than £120,000 as an accountant. My husband earns less. I mean, for a start, straight flexing. Yeah, I earn more than my husband.
Girl boss,
yeah,
girl
absolutely.
boss, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't fight the establishment, right? She doesn't bargain for better wages. She manifests a promotion.
Exactly. She thought positively, and positivity came into her life. I appreciate that. My husband earns less, £95,000, which is like the amount money an MP gets. What the fuck?
So the dual income household is pre-tax £215,000. So that's roughly about 140k after tax.
Something like that, which is what? How many times more than the average wage?
Triple.
Yeah, 3 times, something like that. So you know.
So
it's
worth
when they say not rich. Okay.
Yeah. Like most people, I think who are watching my stream, think about their income monthly. That's how most people in my mind think about their income. It's how much do I get per month? Yeah. That's how much I have to spend, right? So their dual income for the household is over £10,000 per month.
Jesus
that's half
Christ.
that's like half my take-home pay.
Yeah, per year.
Per year,
yeah. That's fucking amazing, unbelievable shit. We're basically your typical Henry couple. It stands for high earners, not rich yet. And it's a term now used by financial institutions to describe people with usually six-figure salaries, but crucially, not much accumulated. The banks aren't looking to court us. Our accounts are far from flush. Oh my god, I just want these people to end.
Tesco Gulag. I mean, oh my god, you think it's bad now.
I already hate them and we're not out of the first stanza. Jesus Christ. Okay. My husband goes into his savings each month to survive, while I don't have any money left over in my account at the end of the month. What are you doing with 10 grand a month? What are you doing?
It's literally the Wint meme of just like all of the household bills and then like £10,000 on candles. Someone good at budgeting, please help me. My kids are starving.
Fucking hell. Okay. Our take home should be a lot of money, and yet earning £120,000 is one of the worst places to be. Hang on. Oh, I couldn't even get through the sentence. Is one of the worst places to be because you get totally shafted. Yeah, I'm sure the people on minimum wage are crying for you. You lose half of your tax-free allowance, that's brackets, for every £2 you earn over £100,000, you lose £1 of your free tax-free personal allowance. Yeah, fuck you. You earn 100 grand.
You do not need a tax-free allowance.
No, you're fine. And you lose out on free childcare help from the government too. So you're on 100 grand and you want Muggins here to pay you out of his fucking minimum wage for your fucking sprogs. Are you taking the piss? What are you doing with 10,000? Like, I don't want to be like the deserving poor, because these people aren't poor. They've chosen to spend 10 grand a month, and then are like, I have to dip into my savings. Good for you, you've got savings. Fucking hell. Okay.
I think they're in like the top 2% of earners, right?
Yeah, well, it's like that twat from Question Time. That they don't know. These people don't know that they're rich. They don't understand that they're part of the top 5% or whatever. Yeah.
If you earn £100,000 or more, you're in the top 2% of earners. Yeah.
And they've got two such incomes.
Yeah.
Bloody
they are
hell.
literally the 1%.
Literally
together.
Yeah. As I've learned, once your taxable income reaches £100,000, you don't get your 30 hours of free childcare with a blanket 15 hours instead.
You're still getting free childcare.
So you still get 15 hours, yeah?
Yeah, they're still getting free childcare and they're still complaining.
Jesus. You also lose the ability to claim tax-free childcare up to £2,000 a year. Because you're on 100 grand! I feel like I need to scream at these people. Look, if you don't want to, if you want to take the pay cut and give the rest to me and get your fucking tax-free 2 grand childcare, go for it. I am a charity case, you know. It isn't fair. Is all I have to say to that. That extra money would be a game changer. In what fucking game are you playing?
I mean, like how must you be budgeting the difference between tax-free childcare and taxable childcare is going to change how much money that you have left at the end of the month.
Oh, I've just read the next sentence and I'm going to scream. We get 20% off what we pay our nanny. Fuck off.
They've killed Kevin. They've killed Kev, sorry. These bastards have killed Kevin.
Fuck right off. We've got a nanny. Feel sorry for us.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to have to do now, chat, I'm going to have to Google how much does a nanny cost. Because here in normal people land, these are expenses that we don't usually have to care about because we usually do our parenting ourselves. Not that I would ever be a parent, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No one can afford a nanny. What the fuck?
How much does a nanny cost?
Imagine being like, our nanny's quite expensive, and wanting me to feel sorry for you and not jettison you into the sun. Jesus Christ.
How much will a nanny cost? Average, this nannies by bubble, right? How much do nannies charge? Right, let me have a look. Just going to find out. Full-time living, so literally full-time living, £650 maximum net per week. So between 400 and 650. Let's say that it's 650.
Yeah.
52 times 650. So, I mean, like they'd be paying 34k a year if they had a live-in nanny for every single week of the year. And the maximum.
So they're paying... what? Average median wage to a separate human being?
Maximum.
As part of their income. And they want me to feel sorry for them. They literally employ someone to take care of their children rather than doing parenting themselves.
So it's like 2.5 grand a month, basically, out of their net 10K, right? So that's a quarter of it, apparently, all spent up on a nanny potentially at like the high end. So they've still got 7.5 grand left over at the end of the month after the nanny, right? Okay, cool. I'm not seeing how this is necessarily going to bankrupt you yet.
Yeah, yeah. It would mean that we would have a little bit of money left in the bank at the end of the month. What, apart from the 7 grand? You've also got, okay. Supposedly there are workarounds. Yeah, it's called parenting yourself. Yes. I could put £20,000 into my pension and come down below the £100,000 instead, income, to receive all those benefits. But as it happens, we can't do it in practice. I need that extra money to pay the nanny, the bills, the mortgage. I can't actually afford to put any into our pension, and nor can I afford to quit my job and find another one where I earn less than £100,000. Because of the life we've built up, the big mortgage, swimming lessons, we're in a lifestyle trap.
Hey, whoa. You're 37 and you're just getting swimming lessons?
Yeah, how have you survived? How have you not drowned at this point? I don't know.
And even then, like her argument is, well, I'm above £100,000. I'm gonna have to be forced to earn less by the government to claim my free childcare. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff.
You're right.
And also, like,
this is insane. You are rich people. Shut the fuck up. God almighty. I'm 37. So you're on 100 grand at the age of 37. And you want me to feel sorry for you? You know what? Just wait for your pay rise then. Just wait until you're 42 or something. You'll be fine. Right. I'm 37. We live in a 4-bedroom house in the home counties. You do surprise me.
how many? Whoa. How many kids do they have?
It goes on. It goes on to mention something about it in the next paragraph. We live in a 4-bedroom house in the home counties. We had to remortgage 2 years ago when our fixed-term mortgage deal came to an end, and now the rate is basically double that of before.
Okay, so you take out a huge mortgage on a 4-bedroom house in the most expensive area in the country.
Yeah. Again, I don't feel sorry for these people.
I'm like, how is that? Like, well, I need to get an idea of what posh people living is like, right? How much would that cost, right? 4-bed house, Surrey. Let's have a look at a price on a 4-bedroom house for sale in Surrey.
We're
Like
it
today
must be
prices.
millions. It must be. It's over £1 million, surely.
The Long Road Rowledge Farnham. Okay, in a detached 4-bedroom house, £1.2 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
£1.2 million house mortgage cost per month. A mortgage of £1.2 million could cost you between £5,000 to £7,000 per month. Okay, maybe they do just have a very, very expensive house.
Well, move to a slightly less expensive house.
I mean, I must say, right, you could just go literally anywhere else in the country, but I guess you're living in... If you're working in the area...
The thing is, right, we don't know exactly where in the home counties they live. There are obviously pockets of deprivation throughout, even in the home counties. There are places you can go that would be less expensive than this. So, like, there's no way you have to live in a house that costs 5 to 7 grand a month. That's ridiculous. If that is indeed what they're doing, we'll say. Private school is obviously out of the question. My elder child is neurodivergent, and it's £90 every other month to see an occupational therapist. It's nice to be able to afford private healthcare, isn't it? I'm sure. I've just had the invoice for the last 3 sessions, and I'm dreading opening it because I don't have the money in my account right now to pay it.
So it looks like to me, from what they've said so far, basically all of their outgoings are mortgage and nanny.
Yeah. Which, are very malleable in terms of, you don't need either of those things to be as expensive as they are. You can parent some of the time yourself, and you can move to a slightly less palatial palatial domicile if you so wish. And by the way, I don't mind them trying to get occupational therapy for their kid. It should be available in the NHS. You shouldn't have to pay for it. But the fact that they can pay for it and do pay for it tells me that that they're not in a position where I should feel necessarily very sorry for them. Because there are lots of people who have neurodivergent kids who just don't have that option. They have to parent, they have to work full time, and they're not on anything like 100 grand.
Yeah, and it's like less than 2% that they pay of less than 2% of their monthly income they pay on the occupational therapist, right? Like there are other more pressing expenses here.
Yeah. Everything has become gradually more expensive. Our bills are just massive. Even the weekly shop is a lot. Yes,
I mean, hang wait, Pup. Of course your bills are massive. You're heating a fucking giant mansion.
Yes.
Yes, that is a choice that you made, right? Like, what's so frustrating to me is that people bang on about how the poor just need to budget better when they're already living in the cheapest house with the cheapest groceries. They live on budgets. Like, if you're a poor person, you have learnt how to budget your entire life. Yet rich people, the ones telling poor people that they have to go out and budget, have never had to budget ever in their lives, ever. And will therefore throw toys out of the pram when they realise actually, rich people do have a choice about which mansion they live in. Yeah. Yet poor people will literally have to be forced to buy or to rent the cheapest place, have the cheapest everything. They can't they can't cut from the lowest bar. These people are like the fucking highest bar ever. And like, I can't cut this, can we?
No. So they've got 2 children because they've had a discussion about a third but can't afford it, which we'll get to. So they've got 2 children. So at most they need 3 bedrooms, and they have a house with 4.
And a study and a billiards room, one must assume.
And a rumpus room. Yeah, ridiculous shit. Even the weekly shop has got a lot. Yes, I sometimes go to Waitrose. Okay, well, there's your problem. Again, other options are available. But I'll go to Sainsbury's too, as if Sainsbury's is the cheapest place you could go. Like Sainsbury's is the place I go when I feel posher.
I do not know anyone who is in their 30s who doesn't shop at Lidl or Aldi.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Sainsbury's is when I'm feeling flush. Is when I'll go to Sainsbury's. Fucking hell.
Like I'd never go to Sainsbury's. I basically only ever, if I do a weekly shop, it's always at Lidl. I will go to M&S and I will buy one of 2 things: Percy Pigs or their little Rocky Road mini bites. Right. That's it. That's my treat. My treat is going to the M&S Simply Foods to get Percy Pigs.
Sorry, there's something delightful about that. That's tickled me. Right. I'll collect the vouchers. I'll shop around. I'll buy the deals. It's beans on toast once a week for dinner for us. Something like cauliflower used to be a side dish. Now it's £2 a pop. It's the main. We'll do roasted cauliflower fajitas, which is probably healthier than chicken, but we're doing it because of cost.
Where are you buying? Were you paying £2 for cauliflower?
Well, Waitrose, presumably. I don't know, but like, what, you can't afford chicken on 100 grand? You're a lunatic. 10k net income every single month, chat. Unbelievable fucking shit, man. Jesus.
Cauliflower at Sainsbury's is 79p.
Yeah, but if you get the gold-plated stuff from Waitrose, it's £2 a pop. God almighty. Obviously, we could spend less on food. We could bulk buy chicken breasts from a wholesaler and batch cook. But I'm not going to do that. I don't have that time.
I mean, you do have that time.
You absolutely do, yeah.
Batch cooking takes the same amount of time as other normal cooking, right? Maybe it takes you like extra 5 minutes to do more chopping, but you bung the thing in the pan and then you cook.
Yeah, like, you just put it in a bigger container.
Yeah.
To cook the thing, you know. I've got a big pot. I'll do like a chili con carne, and you get like 10 fucking meals out of that.
Literally, me and my brother and I have a ragu strategic reserve in our freezer.
Nice.
We have like 4 takeaway tubs full of ragu just in the freezer, frozen. And you know what? It took exactly the same time to cook that as it would have to cook a single portion of ragu.
Yeah. Also, if you've got kids, you can teach them how to cook as well. It's called parenting. For the love of God.
Oh, also, yeah, why? Like, they're paying a nanny, and yet they're doing the cooking.
Well, yeah, they're not a chef. They're just a nanny for 34 grand a year.
Well, that's true.
Fucking hell. Anyway. All the everyday luxuries have been scaled back. I hardly buy any new clothes. My weakness and joy is makeup, and I used to buy Lancôme mascara, for instance. But now I'm back on Rimmel, the brand I used to use when I was a teenager.
Well, okay, well, wow. Check out, living the gritty knife on the leather never. She's had to downsize to Rimmel makeup. I say, as someone who uses makeup from Superdrug, like the own brand makeup from Superdrug and from B&M Bargains.
Yeah. You're not really selling me on the fucking hard knock life you're living here with Rimmel and Waitrose.
And on top of this, I still go out and buy myself new clothes. They are from Primark. Of course, I am not out there trying to go to Monsoon for my casual shop for new clothes, right? But I still go out. I can still treat myself. I eat out like 3-4 times a week, mostly because my cost of living is low because I'm not like a parent or anything, right? And these people are like, I can't afford to batch cook, but I also can't afford to have the regular meals either, and I have to downsize to Rimmel. Like, this is crazy talk.
This is mad, yeah. A few years ago, in my early 30s, I would have had all the latest makeup. Now I can only read about Victoria Beckham's Kajal eyeliner and dream. It's £32. There is no way. You've got £10,000 a month to spend and you can't afford £32. I think your budgeting is actually fucking dreadful. You need to sort yourself out. Again, downsize. You've got a spare room that you don't need.
Just
like, I don't want to be the person to be like, maybe it's all the avocado toast, but in your case, it might literally be avocado toast.
And it's a giant mortgage. It looks like it's the lion's share of the amount that they spend each month. From the looks of things and what the other prices, specifically for 4-bedroom houses in Surrey, are, it looks like £5 a month for their mortgage. It seems like a lot, especially on like new rates. But I mean, as I said before, it's unreasonable. Let me just change camera 1 sec. I think that the broad, long and short of this is it's unreasonable to expect poor people to just budget harder. As I said, because they're already budgeting, they're already buying the cheapest stuff, they're already doing the things that you need to do to be able to maintain an existence on a very, very low income, and they're already living in the cheapest place that they can find it that they can afford, right?
Yeah.
There are precious few poor people in this country that are actively spending money that they don't need to spend, that they can cut back on, right?
Yeah.
The square root of fuck all is fuck all, as Jack Monroe famously said.
Indeed.
The same is not true for the wealthy. They absolutely do have to budget. And obviously the people in this article are saying that they are budgeting already, and they think that it's sad that they have to. But of course, that is the result of the fact that, with regards to quote unquote living within one's means, if you have a giant palace in Surrey or whatever area of the home counties you live in, and you have a giant mortgage that you didn't plan for the potential increase of the interest rate, maybe because you mortgaged this before the Liz Truss event, before the pandemic inflationary period post-Ukraine war, then that's your fault, isn't it? Yeah. Right? Like, I don't pay £5,000 a month for my mortgage because I don't live in a 4-bedroom house in Surrey. I live in a 2.5-bedroom house in Nottingham, right?
Oh, that's a... Hang on, did it say... Yeah, she's an accountant as well. How the fuck are you this bad with money? Why are people paying you when you're this bad with money? Like, that should be like your sort of wheelhouse, really, but... My husband and I had a discussion about a third child, but we can't afford to go there. I really wanted one. If I fell pregnant unexpectedly, we'd be happy and would find a way. But as a plan, it's been totally ruled out. And yes, we're Henrys. Well, I say, go fuck yourself, Henrys. You're on £100,000, deal with it. I'd swap my financial woes for yours.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. By all means, if you're unhappy with this, you're welcome to switch. I will take the Palace. I will take the Rimmel mascara. I will take the cauliflower fajitas, and I will be very happy with myself.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, unbelievable shit. Why did you do this to me? You've caused me sonic damage, Helena.
Liam in chat says, part of you feels slightly sorry for them because they clearly got done in by the trust effect on their mortgage. Like, it's no fault of their own, but they really need to size back. I mean, I partially understand where you're coming from. I mean, it is worth pointing out that a lot of the interest rate increases, they immediately happened quickly because of this trust, but they were going up everywhere else also, and they would probably have gone up to the same level just at a slower rate if Liz Truss hadn't happened because of the inflationary problems. But when you make planning decisions. You can't make planning decisions on your future financial situation in terms of your mortgage and how much you're paying out on the assumption that interest rates are going to be 0.5% forever, because they were never going to be 0.5% forever. They were going to go up eventually, right? This is the same mistake that was made. This was the same mistake that was made by Kwasi Kwarteng when it was just like, well, there's no reason to care about what happens with bond yields because, why would they change now? And of course, they spiked overnight immediately and then put pension funds immediately under margin calls and they had a liquidity crisis, right?
Yeah.
You can't just imagine that everything's going to stay the same forever in terms of the future. You have to plan for what happens if my mortgage rate increases. And they didn't plan for this,
Yeah.
Whereas poor people they can't plan. You can't plan as a poor person for what it's going to be like in 3-4 years time because you're already living on the breadline. These people were very much in the position to go, we're going to take out a giant mortgage that is going to be massively affected by interest rate changes because the bigger the house price, the more that interest rate is going to change the amount you pay on your mortgage.
Yeah.
And they didn't factor that in when they took that out on the assumption that, we can have a 4-bedroom house in Surrey because interest rates can be 0.25% forever. Clearly it wasn't. That's their fault. Or their mortgage advisors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's also another thing when they're going about, I earn 120 grand a year. That's because you're expecting to be in the same job in a year, which a lot of poorer people are not, necessarily. And secondly, the reason that I don't, I mean, there's lots of reasons I don't feel sorry for these fucking people. And I don't know these two specifically, obviously, because they're kind of generically described, I suppose. But the thing that struck me about their neurodivergent kid is something of a sob story, because A, they can easily afford that amount of money. I don't feel sorry for them in that respect. But secondly, they're the kind of upper middle class pricks who can afford to take their kid private for neurodivergent therapy, and yet will vote for politicians who will make that impossible for the vast majority of the people in the country when it should be available on the NHS to everybody.
That's very true. That's very true. One last point I would like to make is that they call themselves high earner but not rich yet. I.e., at the top of the article they mentioned, well, the bank's not coming to me. We don't have like, a huge amount of assets. I'm like, well, you're on your way to owning pretty expensive asset, which is the majority of what you're spending your money on, right? You are rich. Like theoretically, of course, maybe you get fired or whatever, and you both end up on the never, never, like genuinely. But assuming that they keep their jobs and keep paying their mortgage, yeah, they are very, very rich. They have they're sitting on £1 million potential asset.
Yeah.
We don't have that. That is rich.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they are rich. But this is the Times. I mean, it's not quite as bad as the Telegraph, but this is the kind of audience they're writing for. The kind of people who think that someone who's only in a house worth 1.2 million is really hard up, actually. That's terrible,
That's the thing. That's the thing. At the end of the day, right? Is that the difference between the high earning and the rich is the assets that you own, and their monthly outgoings are mostly taken up by the fact that they are paying into the ability to own an asset very, very specifically. Whereas if they were a high earner whose cost of living was very high on like rent, for example, then they would be able to potentially call themselves not rich because they're not asset rich. They'd be a high earner, they'd be comfortable, but they wouldn't be rich in the asset terms of the word. But these people are literally buying a giant asset, and that's what they're throwing their money at. Like, you cannot call yourself not rich if your house is £1.2 million and you're an owner occupier, right, or mortgage payer.
Yeah. I know, absolutely, yeah. This was genuinely a painful experience to have to read through. I feel like the audience now owe us money for having experienced this level of pain.
It's true. As I'm going to be away for the next 10 days, I do need you to give me money now so that I can afford my living next month. So if you can get in your money, because you won't get much of a chance over the next 10 days or so, please give it to me now.
Yeah. She's going to be living on cauliflower fajitas for the next, 10 days, chap, so...
Oh, wait, that's going to be like a meme, isn't it? The cauliflower fajitas is going to be the meme that we use about, this kind of extravagant purchase, right? Avocado toast is going to be overtaken by cauliflower fajitas.
Well, yeah, it's the new. It's 2025's avocado toast and latte. Don't have your latte, fucking rubbish. Apologies. Right. Did we have anything else? Because question time is not quite live yet.
Don't know. You been watching the World Test Championship final?
I have actually. Yes, it's been fascinating. 28 wickets in 2 days. I don't
It
think
does
they
seem
were
to happen a
expecting
lot.
that. Hmm.
It seemed to happen a lot when Australia plays South Africa. That was one of my favorite games of cricket I think I've ever followed. Was one of those kind of like very kind of low scoring, like quick wicket
Hmm.
matches between Australia and South Africa, where like Australia made like 200 odd in the first innings with Michael Clarke scoring 147 and no one else scoring anything basically, and then South Africa are all out for like 96 or something.
Oof.
And it's like, well, it's in the bag for Australia. And then Australia all out for 47 in response to that. And
Oh,
then
gutted.
South Africa chase it down with like 2 wickets. It was one of the weirdest games I think I've remember watching.
Well, I mean, for a start, they really oughtn't to play this kind of game in such obviously foreign conditions for both teams. Early season in England is not a condition they will have experienced much in Australia or South Africa.
Mm.
Yeah, so this was sort of bound to happen with two good bowling attacks, really.
A Duke's ball as well.
Yeah, especially with Kagiso Rabada being coked off his nut. Yeah, I haven't forgotten.
Also, thank you for Niza for the 10 gifted, and thank you Andrew Wilson for the £2 for some cauliflower he does in Red Bull, and also that is reimbursed for this new bottle of Ribena that I bought as well. So thank you.
And the Percy Pigs.
And the Percy, it's true. It's in the Percy Pig Fund.
Nice. I had noises, things. Where are we? Thank you, Alex Otter, who says, I got my PIP today. Real problems if I don't get it. Well, don't give PIP money to me, Jesus Christ. But thank you. But watch out. Look after yourself, for God's sake.
I mean, to be fair, neither of us qualify for PIP, but we do deserve it for having the most debilitating disability possible, being a Twitch streamer.
True, but it is obviously a disability, but I also feel like it's a disability that society should shun you for. Like in the way they used to with like lepers, we should have to like ring a bell and shout unclean to warn people of our presence.
Yeah, anti-streamer bigotry is the one acceptable ableism.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rachel, who says Hindu nationalists are also trying to smear him. I presume that's Zoran rather than
yes, it's
anything
Zoran
else.
Mandani, yeah. The Hindutva crowd are really having a fucking mare about him.
Well, because they love a bit of Zionism as well. Jesus Christ. Because, genocidal racism. What a surprise. And thank you, Rachel, who says, maybe she has a crippling gambling addiction. That is a very weird piece of speculation. I think she's just not great with money and is incredibly privileged and snotty.
I mean, I think most of it just comes down to the fact that they just sank huge amounts of money into a giant mortgage, right? It's clear that from the article, they are cutting back on some things, not going shopping, buying Rimmel mascara.
I know, as if I'm supposed to feel fucking sorry for you.
The long com to Rimmel downshift, honestly, that's truly heartbreaking. But I think that the biggest problem here is just how much they've thrown at their mortgage.
Yeah, almost certainly. But again, they don't need this. They don't like if you want to live that lifestyle. Yeah, you're gonna spend 10 grand a month. You fucking idiots. Like there was like again, as was pointed out, you can't budget your way out of poverty because no amount of money spread any direction is still no amount of money. But they have that ability to be able to do that. And what they need is Martin Lewis on the case. He needs to save us all by saving only upper middle class dickheads. I don't know.
Thank you, Frank Reed, for the 10 gifties over on YouTube. Appreciate the support.
Yeah. Well, everyone. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone, go and follow Boy Meets Minnie, who is.
Do it.
I was about to say talking of Hindutva, but I meant that as in anti-Hindutva. I wasn't suggesting that you or that you despise that as an Indian or a person of Indian extraction. I suppose I don't know.
What's crazy, right, is that on their income, if I had her income, right, so hers was about 75 grand after taxes for just her on her own, right, rather than as a couple, right, 75 grand. So that's like £7,000 a month.
Yeah.
6 and just under 7, like 6.8, something like that. And I'm just thinking, like, in 3 months I could get a deposit on a second mortgage. That's how my barometer works for where an income threshold would be, right? When people tell me their large income, I'm like, well, how many extra months would it take me to save for a deposit on a mortgage with your income on my current level of expenditure? And it's crazy to think of like, yeah, you know, not that's not saving up for a mortgage. It's just 3 months, 3 months of income, then you get another mortgage.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to save up at the minute to get a new computer because this one's a bit old and shite. Um, and so it's been hard going for
You could get a
various
new
reasons.
PC every
Every
month.
month, yeah, you could just afford a fat, or not just even look a basic bitch one. You could get quite a fancy one every month.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be a
yeah.
problem.
And that's just off
Yeah,
her income alone.
yeah.
Not even as a couple.
Let alone the fact that her husband, who earns less than her, let's not forget that. Okay, she did lead off with
Girl
that
boss.
weird little flex. But feminist icon. Yeah. Yeah. They're on over 200 grand a fucking year between them. Then you are rich. Shut the fuck up. God Almighty. Anyway. Yes. What else? What else did we have in the bookmarks? Ba-da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, the thing in Northern Ireland. Have you been following that at all?
I've not. I mean, just people be racist.
It's essentially that. It's very similar to Southport, in the, albeit instead of murder, it's sexual assault or rape on this occasion, where they're basically targeting Romanians. Because apparently a Romanian might have done something, but we don't know yet. And so the racists have decided to start burning down random people's houses. And so now people who look a bit foreign are having to put up signs in their house saying I'm Filipino or I'm something something rather than
Oh dear.
Romanian. Which, you know,
I mean, if you're Romanian, you just put up a sign saying I'm Moldovan, whatever.
they don't know what that is. We're talking about unionists here. They don't know what these things are.
True.
If they could read, they'd be dangerous.
It's true. It's true. It's like, yeah, the biggest flaw in the plan of putting up a sign to protect yourself is the assumption that unionists can read. The
Yeah, which is
unionists are
not.
literate.
No. And forgetting, of course, that one of the big sort of totems of recent unionism was, of course, Jeffrey Donaldson, a man who is now credibly charged with dozens of counts of sexual assault. I don't remember the riots when to protect women and girls when he was charged with those crimes.
Twitter, where were the riots to protect Ulster from sodomy? That's the real question.
Well, exactly. They just let sodomy win that one. Unbelievable. Now the land is awash with sodomy. Which makes it sound a lot cooler than it actually is.
True. All the Sinn Féin voters.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, half the Sinn Féin voters, right? There's
True.
the meme of like the old guy with the flat cap versus the person dressed up for Comic Con, just like the two Sinn Féin voters.
Well, that's leftism in a nutshell, really.
Yeah.
There's the kind of old trade union guy who, like you say, wears a cloth cap and is kind of a bit weird, and then there's a fucking cat girl. They both believe sort of the same thing.
True, true.
It's a weird front line in the culture war.
This is where a lot of the MAGA communists came from, right? Is that they were leftists who just got mad that they were having to be surrounded by furries.
Basically, yeah, and then went, okay, so I'll just become a fascist then.
It's true. Although, to be fair, Donald Trump is definitely expediting the fall of the American empire.
Yeah, again, Xi Jinping has done nothing and is yet consistently winning.
Absolutely, absolutely right. Okay, it's now on the hour, so I'm going to have to get people who are watching on YouTube to come over to Twitch. I'm putting the link to Twitch in the YouTube chat. Please click the link and come and join us over on Twitch to watch Question Time, which I'm sure will be great because we've got 4 Tories this week. 5. We've got Fiona Bruce as well. 5 Tories.
True.
It'll be a riveting experience for you all, I'm sure.
Hang on, what have I done there? Hang on, I've managed to completely balls that up. 1 second, everybody. Where are we from? Oh, it's still advertising last week's guests though. It's still telling me Mark Sawatka is.
Does it have the right date?
Yep, the 12th of June, 2025.
What's the location? Fleetwood.
I don't know, but we've started, so this is definitely the episode.
Okay, are you still sharing the times, by the way?
No, I know, but you hadn't gone over to.
Oh shit! Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. You're doing my job for me. Yeah, okay, everyone, come and click the Twitch link in chat. I'm going to be turning off YouTube in 15 seconds.
Good stuff. You can come and say hello to me on YouTube if you absolutely have to.
Yes, I will go and set the redirect up to go into Kevin. Right, YouTube chat. Click the Twitch link. Come and join us there. Make sure to sign up. Make sure to link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account for a free Twitch subscription. Gives me money for no cost to yourself. Okay, see you later in a bit. Bye.
Hey, hello,
Right.
hello, Helena's people. Hit the follow button, otherwise I will track you down. I won't do that. That's terrible.
That's against Twitch terms of service.
Well, hang on, I could track you down and be nice to you. Surely that's not a problem.
We track you down to give you
You a hug.
Give you a hug. Yeah.
Again, assuming you're okay with that level of physical intimacy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
A,
entirely in your part.
consensual hug.
Exactly.
A consensual embrace.
Indeed. Okay, so I literally can't tell you who's on the panel because I've forgotten. But it's basically Tories, including the actual Tory who isn't even an MP.
So you've got Simon Clarke for Tories. You've got Darren Jones for Labour. You've got Zia Yusuf, the yo-yo chairman for Reform UK. And on top of that, you also have Sarah Olney, who I believe is the Treasury spokesperson for the Liberal
I
Democrats.
thought it was Cabinet Office.
She cabinet. Oh, okay.
It doesn't really matter, but yes. Okie dokie, let's take a look.
For tonight's question time, we've come to the Lancashire coast, to the town of Fleetwood. Our audience, as always, reflects the electoral picture and voting record across the country as
Very
a whole.
white.
Welcome to Question Time on BBC iPlayer and Sounds. One of the busiest people in the government of late is Darren Jones, a Chief Secretary of the
Who people will remember yesterday from Normal Island, who was berated by that delightful woman Gigi for his support of disability cuts. So, a Tory.
Yep.
Treasury. He's number 2 to the Chancellor, and for weeks has been negotiating, to put it politely, with Cabinet colleagues on who got what from yesterday's spending announcement. Simon Clarke was also the Chief Secretary to
This guy, not even an MP. The Tory parties are now putting up their representatives who aren't even in Parliament. This guy lost at the last general election. He represented Middlesbrough, one of those seats in Middlesbrough, and lost even though Reform didn't put up a candidate in that seat.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
That is impressive. Do you know who did stand in that seat though?
Workers' Party?
No, even worse than that. Although just as transphobic. Noted domestic abuser Rod Liddle stood for the SDP.
Wow.
There you go. Little factoid for you there.
Crazy stuff. I mean, the thing is with Simon Clarke, right? Actually, what's funny is I think he's like one of the only Tories that I've seen who's at any point said maybe what we did with the cost of living and with housing was bad during our time in government. He seems to be the only Tory that I've seen talk about the fact that they were shit at managing the economy when they were in government, which is a rare occurrence.
Because he's not in Parliament anymore, so he doesn't need to bother. I suppose the point, yeah. Thank you, James Holmes, with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Carl Brown, with a gifty. And thank you, Carl Brown, with a separate gifty. Much love to you. Thank you, Some Random Geek. By the way, everyone go and follow Some Random Geek for all of your geek-related game playings of the weekend. Who says penis? To which I say, yeah, go on then.
to the Treasury once in Boris Johnson's Conservative government. He then served in the cabinet of Liz Truss before losing his parliamentary seat last year.
Oh yeah, he's also supported Liz Truss for leadership, so really got his finger on the pulse.
It's true. 'Cause we were terrible at managing the economy when we were in government, and it's the person who I supported who was terrible at it. Okay,
Yeah.
a real vote of confidence for you then, isn't it, Simon?
And also has the most busted hairline of any human being I've ever seen. What is going on there?
I think the most busted hairline I've seen is for Ghazi Hamad, who's a member of the Hamas Politburo. Like he's got like honestly,
Okay.
genuinely, Kevin. Like you should Google Ghazi Hamad. That's GHAZIHAMAD, right? Check out that man's hairline. It's really weird, right? Because his like the kind of the crown of the front of his hair comes like almost to his nose. Yeah, he has this giant receding hairline as well. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, what the fuck? It almost sort of makes contact with his eyebrow. What?
Yeah,
That is
literally.
very strange.
Let me show my chat as well. Yeah, look at that hairline. It's very, very weird what's going on there.
Yeah, that is very strange. Also, technically, we should mention a terrorist, according to the British government.
Yeah.
Although that hairline is godly. Does that get me in trouble? I hope MI5 don't execute me.
He now chairs the centre-right think tank Onward. Sarah Olney is one of the 72 Liberal Democrat MPs at Westminster. She speaks for the party on business and cabinet office matters. The former bookseller and accountant is MP for the London constituency of Richmond Park. And this time last week, Zia Youssef quit his job as chairman of Reform UK, saying that trying to get a Reform government elected was...
Also, can we just point out, this cunt was on this show like 2 months ago.
Just endless road. The thing is, that's the problem, is that Reform probably do have a right to be on the panel a little bit more often than they were before because they're leading in the polls. But they've got so few people of any note that they just have to keep recycling the same tired faces of idiots.
Yeah, like, what the fuck? It's either him or Farage. They've got a fucking season pass.
I think they have that because they got rid of Rupert Lowe, who they used to have on about the time. So it's now Zia Youssef, Nigel Farage, Richard Tice, right?
Yeah.
They can't have Lee Anderson on because he's a fucking idiot. And they can't have James McMurdoch on because every time they'll ask about the time he kicked his girlfriend.
Yeah, again, no, talking of domestic abusers, yeah.
wasn't a good use of his time. Now it is. 2 days later, he's back. And he's here with a new job, leading his party's so-called Doge unit, designed to cut out...
I don't think I've ever seen someone rinsed so effectively in their introduction. That is pretty good.
...based in reform-controlled councils.
It was only a month ago he was on. Jesus, considering they had a fucking week off for Whitson, he's been on what, twice in the last 5 weeks then or something. What the fuck? Oh god, I hate the BBC. So
when was the last time the Greens won?
Determined. Good question. Who was the last Green person that was on?
Was it Adrian Ramsey in that one with Richard Tice where he had a go at
It was,
Richard Tice
yeah,
being a millionaire?
Yeah, it was Shouty Ramsey, yeah. Who's now backed by Bloomberg News.
And Hugh Fernley Whittingstall, the landed gentry.
Working class hero, you can't move for Fernley Whittingstalls around these ways.
I mean, like,
they're everywhere.
Hugh Fernley, I think it's I actually really like Hugh Fernley Whittingstall. I think he's a really nice guy, and he had a really good point about nationalising water when he was on Question Time. I just really wish that, you know, people who are landed gentry who went to Eton and Oxford weren't the face of the Green Party. That'd be great.
That would be ideal, yeah.
Welcome to our panellists, welcome to our audience here in Fleetwood. Lovely to see you, and of course, welcome to you at home. Sit back and enjoy the programme. Think about what questions you might ask if you're here in the audience, or who knows, you could join in the conversation on social media. Right, we'll get started with our first question, which is from Tom Archer-Madden.
With the planned increases in government spending announced yesterday, are tax rises now inevitable?
So the government's promised to spend billions on all sorts of things, infrastructure spending, on the NHS, for example. There will be cuts as well.
Hang on, you're not going to mention the military spending thing, no? Because that's fine, we don't need to question that. That's good. Like, it's so obvious the way in which they frame these things. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
But it's worth pointing out, taxes probably will have to rise in the budget in the autumn, to given the spending envelope that they say they want to have for the next 4 years, especially since growth figures were out for this quarter, I believe, and there was a contraction. So there was a growth of 0.7 and then a contraction of 0.3 over the first kind of half of the year. So unless they get like mega turbo growth, they're not going to hit those spending figures that they've committed to in the spending review unless taxes get put up later in the year, which they should do. They should put up taxes.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But, you know, again, we have a country here that is allergic to tax rises.
Even against the rich for some fucking reason. Because how would they afford their nanny and their fucking was it broccoli?
Cauliflower for
Cauliflower heaters.
the Rimmel.
But this is now where the conversations are going. Are tax rises now inevitable? If anyone knows, it should be you, Darren. Is that what we're going to be facing?
So look, the spending review yesterday was dishing out the budget that the Chancellor put together at the budget last autumn. So you'll remember the government made some decisions on some tax changes, employer national insurance contributions, non-dom tax status changing, VAT on private schools changing, and also updated the definition of government debt so that we could unlock some investment. This spending review is about allocating that money to all of us.
Yeah, the time where you just changed the mathematics to make it seem like you were sticking with your fiscal rules, which was stupid.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, right?
No, I think it's a good thing, but it's a sleight of hand, is what it is.
It's true. I think they could have gone further. They could have unlocked more investment with a different definition, right? Which is funny how essentially that had no effect on the public finances, which show you the fiscal rules are pointless.
Yeah.
They literally overnight went, well, we're changing what this definition is so that we can have access to more government debt. Did that change how the bond auctions went?
Nope.
Did it change the kind of...
Basically, all of the scare stories the right put out there about spending anything are always bullshit. You can't tax the rich, they'll all leave. They didn't. They haven't,
No.
and they don't. You know?
Exactly.
If we increase this, the bond yields will go crazy. They didn't. It's actually fine.
Yep. All of that stuff about, well, there'll be a run on the pound if we don't freeze Granny. That's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, ridiculous shit. And again, refusing to apologise. So you got it wrong. No, we got it right at the time, but things have changed so massively that we can now afford to do it, and there won't be a run on the pound. Shut the fuck. Just say sorry, you cunt. Stop being an arsehole and just say sorry for fucking things up. After a year, you finally got round to something like the right policy. Why make it worse for yourself and make yourself seem like a mealy-mouthed knob whilst doing the right thing?
Exactly.
The comms are awful. The Labour Party are a joke.
Our public services across security, the NHS, our schools, and then our approach to trying to make people better off and create great jobs in every part of the country with improving wages. So it's fully funded and fully costed on the basis of the budget last year. The debate, though, is already moving on to the next budget that will come in the autumn. And the way that we work in the Treasury in this country is that we make those decisions on the basis of forecasts of the economy from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. They have to produce a forecast twice a year by law, and that gives you the kind of official view about what we think the best view we can take about what's going to happen in the economy, and then the Chancellor makes decisions in that context. The next OBR forecast will be coming after the summer with a budget in the autumn, and it will be at that stage that the Chancellor will take decisions on any tax changes one way or the other.
See, I think the OBR is a load of shit, and is a way of palming off responsibility to this separate organisation of unelected wankers who basically get to sort of decide the parameters for acceptable economic discourse. Even though no one's elected them, we don't know who they are, they're a shadowy group of bastards. Fuck them off.
I mean, what's frustrating, right, is I think it's fine just to have one group that gives you an outline of what they look the fiscal picture. Well, so I'll start that again. I think it's fine to have a group that outlines the future predictions of what the fiscal picture is going to be like, and then the government can then make their policy based upon, what that analysis says. But having what Rachel Reeves said was the Liz Truss lock of trying to peg everything to what the OBR says, that's nonsense. That is hugely, hugely nonsense, right? Because at the end of the day, going back to this bond yield conversation about, well, actually, the bond auctions and the bond yields and what happens to the vigilantes is less a function of what the actual spending envelope looks like in reality, and it's about the story that gets sold to these people about what the future state of the country might look like. If you get rid of all OBR projections, for example, then that could spook the bond yields if a government does something that looks out of pocket, especially when you have like a neoliberal doctrine. Having the OBR say, well, under this spending plan, this is likely to happen, means that you can actually make pretty good decisions, such as, here is our huge investment into this thing that's an asset for the government, so it doesn't actually really cost you anything to borrow for it because it will make money. and revenue more than the interest that you're paying, so it's net positive for the government to borrow for this, and that's what we're borrowing for. Therefore, we can justify it, and therefore the OBR says this, the bond yields don't fall, and the bond vigilantes go, okay, well, that makes sense. Because the big problem with Liz Truss, right, is that she goes, we're going to cut taxes, and that's going to grow the economy to pay for the debt that we're going to take on. And they did not explain how at any point.
Yeah.
And so the bond vigilantes went, oh, well, she's stupid and nuts, right? The issue comes when you allow the OBR to start overriding policy. And that's what this Liz Truss lock thing is a really bad thing to have.
Well, that's what I mean. It sort of automatically drifts towards that. Because anything that goes against what the almighty OBR says is automatically considered to be wrong in the media. And so governments tend to just sort of drift into that. We have to be in alliance with the OBR orthodoxy, otherwise we're going to seem to be crazy.
Exactly. And then what stops any government just stuffing the OBR with people who will just greenlight whatever they say?
Exactly,
anyway?
Yeah, it's not an independent organisation, It's just an extra layer of bureaucracy that's unelected, which I don't particularly like, but
Later
But
this year.
some decisions have been taken already on tax. So, obviously, in terms of income tax, you're right. But when it comes to council tax, for example, the spending plans are predicated on the basis that all councils will increase spending every year, or charging people for council tax every year, an increase of 5%. So, that's an increase in tax.
It is a tax change. Council tax is decided by councils, not by the government in Westminster.
True, but thankfully in Birmingham we're going to start taxing the rats. So we've got a huge tax base now, honestly, massive.
But it's partly decided on how much they get from the government. They don't get enough from the government, they stick up council tax. So
Sure.
it's a bit disingenuous to say it's all down to the council.
No. I'm just saying that's the decision is taken locally, and in different parts of the country, different councils take different decisions, ranging from normally around 2% to up to 5%, which is the cap they're allowed to go up to. The assumptions that we made in the spending review this week is based on the evidence of how councils have behaved recently, and assuming they will take similar decisions in the future. And the reason that's important is because it is a source of...
Also, it's slightly disingenuous to say that the national government have no impact on this. You can absolutely incentivise certain kinds of behaviour from local councils. The Tories, rightly or wrongly, used to have this thing where you'd get an increased block grant if you didn't raise taxes, in order to try and keep taxes down, right? Which, again, you can think is a good thing or a bad thing. But it's a lever that government has to try and not necessarily even dictate, but just encourage certain behaviours from local councils without being overbearing. So the idea that they're just completely independent of them and will just do what local councils do, like they're a force of nature, is nonsense.
And also on top of this, right, is that one of the big things from the David Cameron era of local government funding, because we know that it was slashed by huge amounts.
Massively
right?
so, yeah.
Yeah. The justification for this was David Cameron going, we're going to give you, as local authorities, all this new independence. Go and fill this gap in your financing by taking on new projects to generate revenue. We're giving you the power to do that yourself, and therefore, if you fail, it's your fault, essentially, right? That was the point, right? But they never had access to the capital because of the slashing of block grants to make wise investments that could generate revenue elsewhere. And on top of this, there are so many things that would be large sources of council revenue that were forced to be sold off to pay for these budget cuts because of the increasing cost of all of these things they have to spend money on that were negative externalities caused by poor statecraft from the Cameron government because of austerity, right? So to put that in context, they had to spend more on temporary accommodation because the Cameron government's housing policy made more homeless people. So there were loads of problems that were compounded by poor government policy internally, and councils were individually blamed for this rather than the internal government, because David Cameron made this huge show of giving councils the power to do it, and some councils just did corrupt shit, like Thurrock, you know?
Yep.
So it was just a whole fucking mess from start to finish.
Yeah. The YouTube is now back as part of the chat thing on the screen, and I know that now because I just had that fucking noise alert scare the shit out of me. Thank you, Rachel, who says, how will the rats vote? Starting a rat party, ? I hope so, because I'd vote for the rat party, because the human parties are shit. So, yeah, I'm down with it. Vote vermin.
Of income for councils, which we top up centrally. We've put billions of extra pounds of money into councils, but we assume they're going to raise their own income locally. And also part of that goes towards our police and fire services. So in a spending review, you have to make an assumption about that in order to think about the total amount of money going to those public services. And that's what was in the spending review yesterday.
Simon, are tax rises now inevitable?
A short answer, yes. And that's not my opinion. It's that of Deutsche Bank, who forecast that probably we're talking about 10 billion of tax rises.
Don't give me this Deutsche Bank shit. This is not the Brexit I voted for, allowing Germans to have a say. It's outrageous.
This autumn, it's the opinion of the Chartered Institute of Chartered Accountants. It is a sad reality that the government has increased borrowing by 200 billion relative to where the last Conservative budget left off. That includes 80 billion approximately of debt interest over the course of this Parliament. And you can't, I'm afraid, get away from the reality that that has to be paid for. And the weakness...
Pause. These are for capital projects. They pay for themselves. That is the point of borrowing for capital investment. Just like, I don't know, any business would do. I am loath to compare a government to a business, but it's the only language that these bellends understand, right? When you're a business, you borrow money for capital investment, and then you pay down that debt with the revenue generated from that asset. It's really not a complex dynamic that I'm having to explain here to somebody. And quite frankly, you're saying, well, so terrible they're borrowing more. No, it's great they're borrowing more. We spent years and years and years not borrowing, and it fucked the country up, right?
Yeah.
They're not borrowing more. I want them to borrow more, actually. I want them to tax and borrow more than they are currently doing. But the fact we're at least getting some investment into affordable and some social housing is quite frankly more than your government did. And you know that it's more than your government did because you've been on Twitter complaining about the housing situation for young people in this country and why you think you lost an entire generation of young people. And now you're complaining about them doing the thing to fix the problem that you identified.
True. Yeah, Lockie says, oh, well, taxes are going to have to go up. Good. Yeah. Yeah, rich bastards deserve to get taxed a lot more. If you're whinging about fucking cauliflower fajitas, yeah, get taxed.
True.
If you're fucking Jeff Bezos, get taxed. That's it. Yeah, fuck you. I don't care. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this shit now. This neoliberal shit needs to die. Otherwise, the country will. Thank you, Rachel, who says, can we get an endorsement from Vermin Supreme? Probably, because Vermin Supreme's fucking dope, so I imagine so.
Of the economy, and we saw today that the economy shrank by 0.3% last month. The fundamental need to stick within the OBR guidelines, which exist, means that I think it is absolutely inevitable the Chancellor will be coming back. And I think, sadly, we've already seen...
I'm sorry, who voted for these OBR guideline people? What? When did this become a thing, that the government we elect has to stick within the unelected OBR's unelected, unvoted for guidelines?
Well, it's unfortunately what we elected when we elected Labour. Obviously, we didn't vote for them, but the country did. I'm talking collectively here. And as I said, part of their policy platform was allowing the OBR to have control over where spending would go. Again, this Liz Truss Lock thing. Fucking stupid.
Very stupid.
That this government can't stick to its promises. So Rachel Reeves last autumn at the CBI, she used her speech to say there'll be no more borrowing and no more taxes. Well, we've already got more borrowing and we're about to get more taxes. And this is a doom loop for the British economy. We cannot keep living beyond our means. And at some point, sadly, the markets will call time on that.
No, it's
Lots
not
of
true.
hands up.
Yeah.
It's just not true.
Yeah, that's bullshit, yeah. Like,
I mean,
they act as if we haven't had greatly higher both taxes and spending in the past. Not just that, in the very recent past. In the last 20 years ago, the state was much larger than it currently is, and we were fine.
What's really funny, right, is if you look at what's happening to bond yields, right? If you check here, which is the kind of within June, since the spending review, the yields have only gone down. Right? So actually, the idea that the extra borrowing that we're doing that's predicted to be happening, right? This is where the spending review has set out where the borrowing is going. The broad consensus of potential bond buyers has determined that they think that it's now more likely to be paid down, that it's more fiscally prudent because the yields have dropped, so therefore the values of the bonds have gone up.
Fair enough. Everyone go and follow Mix Vivian Wolf. Hello, Viv. And yes, when you ask who is this bellend, I presume you mean Simon Clarke. He's an ex-member of Parliament. And unfortunately in Britain, when you vote to get rid of a member of Parliament, they don't just fucking disappear like they should. They just pop up on TV. Like fucking the ghosts of dead people.
It's just, it's worth pointing out as well, like, obviously most people who watch my channel know I hate the Labour Party and I attack them at every point. I think it's right to attack them for all the bad things.
Because you're a Tory enabler, yes, yeah.
Exactly, I'm a Tory enabler. But I think it's worth pointing out that my prescriptions for what is good economic management are closer to Rachel Reeves than they are to Simon Clarke, right? So he will always take the opposing position to me, because my position is basically Rachel Reeves didn't go far enough, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah.
Let me try and get round some of you. The man in the glass in the white shirt.
Yeah, is this just another Labour's broken promise because they're running scared from reform?
In what in particular is a broken promise?
Well, because they were saying there's a 22 billion black hole, and now suddenly it's gone away, but their economy hasn't actually expanded. People are still in a financial living crisis.
Glorious pronouns in bio.
Hello,
lad.
Loving that.
Absolutely
Honestly,
wonderful.
that's some drip. That is maximum drip there.
Absolutely loving it. Also, Neanderthal forehead in the background. Good God. Sorry, I'm just... This is a tableau of brilliance. I love it.
Also, just in general, I just want to respond to the comment made by the person there. How is that them running scared from reform? But then there was the £20 billion black hole. If you've not been paying attention, the justification was that was why taxes had to go up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, you can believe that or not whether you want. Right. You can take the narrative that the money they spent on public sector pay awards was part of that black hole or not. I'll leave that up for you to decide. Right. But that's what the tax rise is for. That's what's been cleared by the national insurance rise. Right.
Yeah. Again, this the Tory plants are not getting cleverer. I don't think.
No.
I'm finding that the same. I've had my PIP allowance cut.
Yeah.
My wife's a nurse and she's getting a disgusting pay rise, right? And so I think Labour's just trying to make up lost ground, and I just don't trust the Labour Party to keep to this spending promise and no taxes.
Okay, you've had PIP taken away. We all think that that's bad on our side here, right? I agree with you that that's terrible, and you shouldn't trust Labour because these people are kind of inherently untrustworthy from what we've seen from the past 5 years, right? But if you want them to make sure that we have a better welfare state, do you not want taxes to go up?
You would think so, yeah. I mean, who's paying for your PIP? Where's that coming from? If not through some form of taxation or borrowing. Magic, perhaps. I don't know.
I mean, it's public spending, so it'll come from the Bank of England and then get taxed back, right? But tax is necessary.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, you can't on the one hand say, "Woe is me, I'm not getting public spending," but public spending shouldn't go up or whatever. Like it's or taxes shouldn't go up to pay for this. Well, it has to come from somewhere, you know. It's very strange.
We all want you to have PIP. We all want the nurses to have better pay awards on this side here, right? Like, if you want those things to be paid for by the state, right? Unless you want an inflationary spiral, you're going to want to increase taxes to ensure that we don't have a massive increase in the money supply. And that's a position that I hold. I agree with you. But the fact that you seem to want to turn towards reform, who want to slash spending, who want more than double the PIP cuts that Labour put in, shows to me that you don't really know what you're talking about.
True. I also love the fact that the guy in the glasses in the middle here is looking directly at the camera like it's trying to steal his soul. I'm watching you, camera.
On here in the green dress.
For the moment then, I'd like to know what you would do differently as a Conservative Party, because you're saying that you wouldn't raise taxes, and you're very good at saying, in time we will give policies, and it's easier as the opposition party to say, oh, well, they're going to come back and they're going to do this. However, particularly as you were part of Liz Truss's government, I'd be really interested to know how you would do things differently.
Briefly, Simon,
the big mistake that Liz made was not to show how tax cuts would be paid for. That was the fundamental error at the heart of...
No, the real mistake she made was only killing the Queen.
I mean, the issue, of course, I mean, he's kind of not wrong here. It's true. She should have showed how those tax cuts would be paid for. The issue, of course, is that she couldn't do that because they weren't. Like, it's not difficult to understand that if you give already rich people a bunch more money, they're not going to invest that into businesses. They're going to either put that into property or financial instruments, things which you get a better return on in this country, or it's going to get stashed in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, she didn't show how tax cuts could be paid for just because they couldn't be paid for. Okay, flex, I guess. Yeah.
Of the mini budget. And in some ways, of course, that's the comparison we're seeing here today, right?
Was that obvious to you at the time, as in Cabinet there, or were you thinking, yeah, go, Liz?
I think as the summer went on, the summer of 2022, it became... I wasn't a Treasury Minister by the autumn of 22, but it had become clear that the impetus was endless towards more radicalism, going for growth more and more aggressively, and that was clearly attention. I was the Secretary of State for levelling up, and we were designing enterprise zones to try and grow the economy. And it had gone from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 to 50 to why have any limits at all? And you could feel that tension. On the very specific question about what we would do differently, the answer has to be spending control, and that is a difficult thing to say.
So making cuts?
Yes, absolutely. It is about bringing the welfare budget in particular back down under control. So the United Kingdom at the moment spends somewhere...
Again, back down under control when it used to be massively bigger than it currently is. And again, the country didn't collapse beneath the waves or anything. We were fine.
It's worth pointing out as well, as we discussed on a stream the other day, that Britain's welfare state is one of the least generous in the developed world.
Yeah.
It's lower than Slovenia, and people out of work in the last 14 years, in only 2 of those years, did the welfare state provide for the basic essentials of living.
Mad. Absolutely mad, insane shit. We need honestly, President Xi, our country yearns for freedom.
We're north of £300 billion on welfare. We are going to have to, as a country, bring that down. Realistically, at some point, we have to answer the question about whether we're living within our means, and we are not.
Yes, we are. We're living well within our means. It's just that we refuse to tax the 12 people who own everything. That's the problem. We are the 6th richest country on the planet, and yet we have, as you pointed out, one of the worst safety nets of any nation. In the developed world, yeah. Well, yeah, of course, there are failed states to offer no security whatsoever. True, but of developed economically developed countries, we are appalling, absolutely shocking shit, to the point where you have rapporteurs or whatever they're called, saying that our government are breaking the law basically by impoverishing the poorest in our society. This we have the money here. We are a very rich nation. It's just that we refuse to do anything to actually use that for the public good. That's the problem. Our means are extravagant. Our will to do anything with them is pathetic.
It's very true. So that UN representative specifically came to judge us on how we were treating the disabled, and it said they'd violated their human rights. That was the Tory legacy.
Yeah, and he's like, actually, we do need to violate them more.
Even more than the Labour Party are going to further violate them.
Yeah.
What as a country?
All right.
And that is what we need to do differently.
Let me hear a bit more from our audience, because there's lots of hands up. Yes, the man here in the front.
What's the bet Zia Yusuf talks about immigration?
100%.
Of course.
Literally 100%.
Yeah. In the dark blue top.
Do we think on the panel that by saving money, housing illegal immigrants in hotels...
Oh, he's been beaten to the punch.
Perhaps we could put that into the economy, and that would help us much more.
Okay, biceps, calm down, mate.
More than increasing taxes on people that are already hurting.
Okay, we are going to come back to that point. So
Rachel Reeves did say in the spending review that she wanted to end the use of asylum hotels by 2029, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like the government isn't listening on this one. But again, there are loads of people who are under the impression that governments are doing this because they want to, and not because they have a statutory obligation to do that, because we have signed up to the Refugee Convention.
And this is the kind of person whose vote they're trying to chase, who isn't listening. They don't care that the government are being horrific to migrants, because they're not being horrific enough. You know, it's you're not going to win that kind of person round.
Man in the glass.
I think the government is playing boomerang with our money. They gave some money yesterday and then be claiming it back through taxes. Investment, what they should be thinking about.
The man in the...
What? The biggest things in the spending review were all investment expenditure, all capital expenditure, right?
Yeah.
What? And also, they're giving us money and then they're taxing it back. Yes, that's how taxes work.
That is sort of how that works, yeah.
What was the fucking crazy thing to say?
Yeah. I was trying to work out what the hell his accent was, but, yeah.
Blue check shirt with a... There's 2 check shirts in a row. It's going to be a bit tricky here. Let's hear from both of you. So the man slightly further forward, yes, with the glasses. Yeah, you.
Yes, why do I get the feeling that this budget, just like any other, is a continuation, slight modifications? It's all about neoliberalism. It's all about austerity for the masses,
Yes.
cutting government services to the core, funneling money into private industry. When are we going to decide that neoliberalism is dead and we need an alternative way of doing things?
All right. The man
Chad.
Yes! Round of applause as well. Absolute Chad behaviour. And that was the guy that was staring at the camera. He was right to stare at the camera because he's a fucking legend.
He was looking into the camera going, I know Kev and Helena are watching me. I know I'm going to ask a question that's going to make Kev and Helena go, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nicely done.
If the government's so short of money, perhaps the panel will be interested to know that we import over £100 billion of oil and gas every year, when there's plenty of oil and gas in the North Sea.
And pause.
Sarah.
I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. It costs the same. It costs the same. The price for oil and gas is set by international markets because that is where it is sold, right?
Yep.
We are competing for our own oil and gas when we drill it. The same people we're competing with for Norway's oil and gas or for Saudi Arabia's oil and gas, right? The price is set by OPEC Plus
Yep.
when they decide the broad volume of oil and gas that's on international markets because they control huge amounts, like a huge percentage of the overall supply. That's what determines the price, not whether it comes out of Rosebank or whether it comes out of the Gulf.
Yep.
So the question is, are tax rises now inevitable?
I don't think so. But I mean, I would say it's all very well for Simon to sort of sit there and look terribly sorrowful about the necessity of tax rises.
See, I think we should have gotten Sarah Olney to read that article earlier because this is the kind of posh voice I was thinking that person would speak in. Like this is.
It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound right coming out of Brummie accent, does it?
No. I very much. I bring a kind of chimney sweep to the situation that just doesn't really fit the vibe, you know.
But he mentions the cost of borrowing. The cost of borrowing shot up under Liz Truss as a direct result of her budget that you were in the government for, and it hasn't reduced since then. And that is one of the massive.
It's higher
That's
today,
one of
Sarah.
them. But that was when it first started going up as a direct result of the Truss budget. We are still living with the consequences of the Conservatives' dire economic mismanagement, and that is part of the reason. That we
And
can't-
like it's true, like she's not incorrect there, but I do like the Lib Dems are just like, yeah, from 2010 to 2015, your economic management was fine. Only then did it get bad, actually.
Well, they do it all the time. Any time you ask them, they talk about 9 years of Conservative government. I'm like,
You cheeky bastards.
literally every single time they say they don't want it to be thought of as 14 years because that would technically include them being in coalition with them when actually all of the worst policy happened. Like,
Yeah,
it's
literally.
really worth pointing out, it's worth hammering this point home that when it comes to broad economic policy, outside of the Liz Truss moment, the Boris Johnson and Theresa May governments were better than David Cameron.
Yeah,
Right?
oh yeah, absolutely.
And by default, Nick Clegg, right? The Lib Dems presided over the worst period in government of those 14 years, right? And they want you to forget it, but we will never forget. We will never forgive or forget.
Yeah. By the way, Nick Clegg's still up to his old shit, pushing this AI nonsense. I saw him out there like, oh, if AI businesses can't, access all of this copyright-free material, then they'll die. I'm like, good, let them die then. Yeah. Like, criminals can't survive without being allowed to do crime either. That doesn't mean we just allow them to do crime, surely.
Exactly.
What kind of argument is this?
Ourselves in the situation that we're in now. But what I would say is I don't think tax
And
rise...
actually, on the spending review, the really disheartening element of all of this, apart from the timidity and cowardice of it all, is the fact that they're spending billions on fucking AI.
Yep, billions on AI, on like potential nuclear fusion, carbon capture, and I'm just like,
yeah.
I mean, it's good that the overall spending in the energy sector is 16% higher than it was under the previous spending review under the Tories, right? So you know what? That's a pretty big increase in the amount of energy expenditure, which is the big thing they need to be spending on. But like, I thought like a huge amount of what they're spending on is just getting fucking wasted on a bunch of boondoggles. We could just be throwing this into like proper state-owned electrical power that's renewable.
Well, I don't mind the Sizewell C thing on the basis that we do need to have more energy production. Simple as that. And this is better than nothing. In the same way that I thought, well, HS2 isn't fantastic or efficient as a use of like expenditure, but at least it's something. We've actually got a Tory party saying we're going to build some infrastructure, and then they didn't, obviously. So that's something, but it's such a pathetically inefficient way of going about anything. This is just going to be billions of pounds of money spent hiring fucking Tony Blair's son's company to do nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking brilliant.
It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. And again, I agree with you on Sizewell C. I just want to see more electricity generated from non-fossil fuel sources. As long as we're divesting from fossil fuels, right? I just don't care. I know loads of people get angry. We have to have nuclear. No, we can never have nuclear. And I'm like, just build something. Just build
I don't mind some nuclear as long as it's done safely. That's fine. Again, that means it would have to be in the public sector, because the private sector will obviously cut costs. We have seen the way in which Sellafield has been, I mean, just run into the fucking ground by the private sector, to the point where we've now got nuclear lobsters in the Irish Sea. Fantastic.
Incredible.
So with literally many times more than natural radiation, to the point where they're basically unedible. Or inedible, whatever, which is not ideal. So I don't mind that, and there's like, in terms of renewable stuff like wind power and solar power and all the rest of it. There's only so much you can do with that in the short term. You do actually need, you need to keep the fucking lights on. So if we build a couple of more power stations, good, yeah, fine, great. But we need to actually produce that energy somewhere, somehow.
Are inevitable. I think there are other choices that Rachel Reeves can make. And the Liberal Democrats, we've set these out very clearly. One of the things that we are always talking about is moving closer to Europe, building our trading relationship with Europe. We want to see a bespoke UK...
You always talk about the EU as Liberal Democrats. I never noticed that. Have you? Have you?
I don't remember them ever mentioning it. No, they're. I thought they were Eurosceptic, to be honest.
Yeah, they really do never talk about the European Union. So this is a revelation.
Breathtaking stuff.
EU customs union. Now, independent research shows that could add 2.2% to our GDP, which could result in a tax take of 25 billion a year. Now, if we were serious...
And Brexit dividend.
Literally, the Remain bonus. We also get the quick queue at passport control chat.
Exactly, with that woman taking her dog skiing, we should be fine.
I'll never forget that picture.
Amazing.
It's too good.
If we were serious about growth and pursuing growth, then that is the sort of thing that we would be looking at.
Somehow I think you won't agree with that, Zia.
Well, look, I would like to go back to Tom's question at the beginning as to whether tax rises are inevitable. Mark my words, they absolutely are. Labour and the Tories are pretty much exactly the same. Labour would just do what the Tories do a little bit faster. People in this country are struggling. They're struggling. They're seeing the cost of their weekly shop go up every time they seem to go to the supermarket. Rents seem to go up all of the time. If you have a mortgage, the borrowing costs under Labour are higher than they were even under the disaster of Liz Truss. And let's not even get started about energy costs, the energy bills. People...
Okay, Zia. Okay. These are things that are all true, right? You can name things that are problems, but you're also offering the identical solutions to the Tories.
Yeah.
Like, you seem to want to block planning. Like, you seem to be anti-building. That's what Richard Tice was talking about in the local councils where they're trying to court the NIMBY vote. So you're not going to do anything about housing, really, or landlords. For example, landlords vote for your party. A property magnate is Richard Tice, your previous leader of the party. And on top of this, you say, oh, well, even worse than the Labour Party still got high borrowing costs, just like under Liz Truss. I'm like, but your proposed spending arrangement is Liz Truss on steroids. It's like turbo austerity and turbo tax cuts.
Yeah, indeed.
People are petrified to open their energy bill because of the ridiculous net zero policies. British people suffer the most expensive energy bills in the world. People are struggling. And I will say this too.
You know what would really help, though, with the energy costs? Banning the burqa.
True.
Definitely.
British people throughout history have been willing to take pain, willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. But as the gentleman in the front row said, how can you look British people in the eyes and say, make the sacrifices, when there's infinite money, apparently, for citizens of foreign countries, whether it's people coming across in small boats, asylum hotels at $5 billion a year, $15 billion a year in foreign aid, or the Chagos Islands to see suffering.
He's out Kemi. No. No, the Tories are supposed to be obsessed with Chagos. What's going on here, mate?
And it's just, again, like, oh, we spend this amount of money on these things. Well, first of all, the spending on asylum is an obligation of the government because of the Refugee Convention. The foreign aid is literally spent to stop the migrants that you say are bad coming here, right? The whole point of foreign aid is to stop destabilization in other countries so that we have fewer asylum seekers, right? So your plan for dealing with the asylum seekers is cut the thing that stops them coming. Well, brilliant. I guess we'll just have more asylum seekers then. And then when it comes to the... Oh, sorry, I forgot what the other thing that he said, sorry.
Chagos.
And when it comes to the Chagos Islands, I'm just like, yeah, we're paying money to rent a military base. So if your argument is just get rid of the military base, you know what? Based.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all, yeah.
I do not think that is what he's driving at here.
I don't think we need a presence in the fucking Indian Ocean myself, but, you know.
What he's probably saying here is, let's just ignore international law, because as all conservatives know, rules are for other people to follow.
Yeah. Oh, it's limited and specific, so it's fine.
And then rent it back at the cost of $30 billion. And by the way, that's funded.
Idiot.
No. Pause again.
Idiot.
That is funded Mauritians. 80% of Mauritian workers are exempt from tax, while the tax burden on British people is at the highest level since World War II. There's nothing at all about it that's remotely acceptable. We've got to prioritise citizens of the United Kingdom. That's what reform will do.
Pause one second. She to debunk again what he's saying again, because he's just a fucking lying scumbag, right? The 30 billion for Chagos, that's over 100 years.
Yeah, which amounts to fuck all.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned Liz Truss, she did do one thing right. After 40 odd days in a job, she's now on a pension of £140,000 a year for the rest of her life. But that's not the question, is it? I'd like to know why Labour...
No, she did one very good thing. You know what I'm talking about, Jack. You know. And I'm not even on about the anal sex.
I'm going after Apple, Boots, that the guy in the corner shop's paying his fair share of tax, and yet Apple's got 6 people in Dublin, and that's the headquarters for the UK. It's a farce. Why aren't you going after them?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely right. If you want to do business here, you pay your fucking taxes here.
100%. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Go after the big corporations that not only don't pay tax, but they're also shutting out small, medium-sized businesses from being able to trade, right? Like, you look at your high street, people say, oh, well, there's no British culture anymore. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not being ruined by people coming on refugees from Afghanistan. It's fucking the fact that every single local business in your area has been closed out of the economy by Walmart, who own Asda, by fucking McDonald's and KFC and Burger King, right? Sure. At least your local kebabish is a locally owned small business, right? Unlike a massive fucking chain that's ruining everything culturally about this country, right? And making it harder for people to get on in life and having to earn shitty wages in some multinational corporation slop fest.
True. Also, look at that moustache. That is the kind of moustache that paid 3 tests for Australia in 1982. Look at it. Glorious.
We are. We're putting a record amount of money into HMRC to tackle tax avoidance and tax evasion and fraud. We're upgrading their IT systems to be able to catch these schemes earlier on, and we're projected to increase tax take as a consequence.
Hiding in plain sight. They're there and they're not paying the taxes. That's a fact. And now Trump's in power. If you go after Apple, you know what Trump's going to do, don't you?
Sure, I take the point, but all I'm saying is that for our tax collection system in HMRC, we're putting record levels of funding into the tax system to be able to claw that back. Well, the question on Apple is around global taxation systems. We have a digital services tax in the UK, so that where companies make profits in the...
And you're about to bend over backwards to Trump and Musk to allow them to not even pay that.
I mean, it's just funny because the Lib Dem on the panel actually has a more radical plan than them, which was to not cut it, but actually increase more than double it.
Exactly, it should be massively increased. What the fuck are they paying less than your average corner shop owner? It's ridiculous. Or just your average fucking worker pays more in tax. It's ridiculous, Stuart. What's this? Oh, we had a school check. Simon Clark went to Red House School, Norton, private boarding. History at the University College, Oxford, and was chair of the Conservative Association at the uni. Oh, of course, they're all private school fucking wankers, aren't they?
I think Darren Jones was state educated.
Was he? I have no idea. Zia Yusuf's posh enough that he was born with several silver spoons.
What's funny with Darren Jones, actually he sounds very posh, doesn't he? He does sound very posh and well spoken, but actually comes from a pretty humble background, right? Very strange. But then he trained as a lawyer, so that's probably where he picked up.
Yeah, they knock that out of you, don't they?
Yeah. Sarah Olney, All Hallows Catholic School, comprehensive.
Papist? What? Outrageous.
Wow. Actually went to a state school and then went to King's College London.
Okay.
So Simon Clark, the least posh sounding, is the poshest.
Yeah, bizarre, yes. He's the least posh. Mad.
In the UK, they pay
Sorry,
taxes.
least posh sounding, but most posh there, yeah.
In the UK, as they should. Obviously, what we can't do is claw back tax that's residing in other countries, but in the UK, we're definitely going on.
No, but what you can say is, if you want to do business in this country, this is the amount of tax you will have to pay. You could do that.
Exactly.
But you won't. You'll just go, oh, they've got money in the Cayman Islands. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Tell them to transfer X amount of money from the Cayman Islands to us immediately, or we shut them down.
Like, imagine if Alibaba went to Xi Jinping and said, actually, I'm going to move to Macau and not pay tax to the People's Republic of China. Do you think Xi Jinping would just go, yeah, right, that's fine then. Sure, go ahead then.
I think the head of Alibaba might find himself being investigated for everything ever.
Exactly. Yeah. They wouldn't allow Alibaba to trade. They wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be shut down, yeah. Or new people would be found to run the company.
After that, and increasing the amount of tax coming into the system by tackling fraud and avoidance. But look, I just want to tackle this issue about Labour being the same as the Tories, because I find it personally offensive. I mean, we've increased the national minimum wage, we're building a new generation of council houses, we've extended free school meals to every kid in school that's on universal credit, we're paying our doctors and nurses the salaries they've been looking for years as a consequence of our investment. We've increased spending on doctors and nurses for the last 2 years when the Tories wouldn't even talk to doctors and nurses, which is why they were on strike. The thing that is the same is when Reform and the Conservatives give you the simple answers to complex promises, but do not tell you how they're going to do it. Those are the questions you should be answering.
Wow, a bit of backbone from a Labour minister for once. Yeah, get a bit of passion. Tell them they're a bunch of cunts. Yeah, okay.
I mean, look, at least he's one of the people who understands his brief, right? But it is funny when he says we were paying the doctors and nurses what they've been looking for. I mean, well, no, you didn't.
No.
You came to an agreement, right? Like, you negotiated with the trade unions. Probably a good thing that you did that because it stopped the strikes. And as he pointed out correctly, the Tories literally didn't do that. For 6 months, they refused to meet with the trade union negotiators before strike action happened.
And it ended up costing more to do that performative bullshit than if they'd just given them the money they wanted at the start.
Exactly. So, I mean, again, what you can say is true is that what Darren Jones is pointing at here is better than what the Tories or Reform UK would have done. Is it good enough? I'll leave that for you to decide.
I'll tell you what's offensive is insulting the intelligence of the British people.
I didn't. I insulted your intelligence. Answer the question.
You're entitled to insult.
I insulted your intelligence. Good. Yes. Jesus Christ, a pair of bollocks on a Labour minister for once. Jesus. Where did this come from, mate?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Titles
Yeah,
are
but answer
insult
the
the intelligence
question.
of British
How?
people. Earlier on,
How?
you described an
How?
obvious tax hike in
Answer
the
the
form of
question.
council tax increases
How?
of 5%.
There's no
in the context
answer.
of council
No
tax
answers to
increases of
questions.
5%. You
How?
described it, and I'm
Paxman him.
quoting,
Go
as
on.
a quote,
Yeah. How?
Paxman him. Get him. Get him.
Yeah.
tax change. Apparently it's a tax change. The British people are sick and tired of being gaslit, and the Prime Minister of this country does it. You can see it on his social media account all of the time. You are unwilling to be honest with the British people. You consistently prioritise foreign citizens over citizens of this country. And it's time you owed up to that and you stood by your conviction.
You did not answer the question how you do anything you've promised. I say what the British people are sick of, and that's false promises. That's why they voted for change at the election last time.
Okay.
We are going to come to that later.
Look, don't get me wrong, he's a cunt, and I'd happily flush him down the toilet. But he's got some balls tonight. He's come
Honestly,
out swinging, and I'm very much here for it.
I mean, you know what? I mean, like, as much as I don't like the Labour Party, they're preferable to Reform UK, and there is something just so kind of fundamentally grating about Zia Yusuf, right?
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
The irony, after all of this time watching political coverage, I kind of like stopped finding Nigel Farage as irritating as I used to. I still disagree with him politically, but at least I understand where he comes from at the very least, right? Whereas Zia Yusuf, he's just detestable, isn't he? He's such a
very
monster,
unlikable,
isn't
man,
he?
yeah.
Really unlikable, so up his own arse, really. And just honestly, watching him getting taken to task, and
And
having the gall of Zia Yusuf to go, "You're gaslighting the British people." You're the fucking motherfucker gaslighting the British people, trying to pretend that you can just go like, "We're going to be able to give you all of the lovely things in the world, and we'll also cut taxes at the same time, and get rid of the migrants, and also cut waste, and also Doge, but also we'll be able to institute the 2-child welfare cap. We'll get rid of that as well." I'm like, you're
And-
literally just making shit up on the fly. How dare you?
And he's the one gaslighting, because like 3 days ago he was saying it's not worth bothering trying to get a reform government, and now he's like, the reform government would be fucking awesome. Yeah,
It's so true. It's so
like
true.
we were never at war with East Asia. What are you talking about? It was always at war with Eurasia. Yeah.
That's why
Later,
we're
so
10
feel
points ahead of
free
you in
to
the polls.
hold your fire on that, because you will get your chance. Now, there were quite a few people shouting out rubbish back there, but I think, yes, you were with your hand up.
Yeah, so I am a nurse, okay, and I don't think with the spending review it's a problem allocating the money to these places like the NHS. I think the problem lies in the people who are running those hospital trusts, because the one in Blackpool, he spent all the money. There's 3 staff nurse jobs in the whole of the hospital at this moment in time. When I first started there, back in 2011, there was 20, 30, 40 jobs. And if a nurse got tired of the area where she was working and wanted to learn more, you could move. Right now, it's stalemate, because there's absolutely no money, there's no resources, and there's no staff.
Okay,
so
pause.
if nurses are getting a low...
This is the problem with austerity, right? You can't find the efficiency savings. You just cut back on service provision and also make these services inflexible as well. Like, she's pointing to inflexibility here. And that's what happened when, for 14 years, we kept defunding the NHS, apart from during the pandemic period, right? Where we saw from 2010 to 2019, the biggest sustained drop in NHS spending as a percentage of GDP ever. And that's the result. It's just, oh, well, all those years ago, we had all of this money going around, and then the Tories did austerity for 14 years. Well, yeah. Of course, there are fewer nurses. That's what austerity is, right? And again, you can, as I do, frequently talk down Labour for not investing enough in the NHS by not raising taxes more than they currently are doing. But this is the Tories you're mad at here. You're mad at Conservative austerity because that's patient zero for the NHS problems.
Yes.
morale, apart from having low wages, and that 3.6% is nowhere near enough, then that is the reason why. You can do your spending review and you can allocate the money, but the people in charge of these hospitals need to be held accountable for their actions.
Yes.
Thank you. You spoke about growth, and you've all got a consensus on growth being really important in our economy. And you spoke about decreases in the welfare. yet everyone's not spoke about skills and the importance of skills in that growth, and no one's talked about investment in colleges, which is a large lever in that growth. The IMF said that college teachers are paid £7,000 less than school teachers. So what would you do differently? And that's to all of you on the panel.
And is this something that you do?
I'm on the board of governors at Blackpool and Fowle College, and I'm also passionate about skills and being a driver for young people, but also for our economy. And talking about AI, those people are going to need to be reskilled as well. So that needs investment. And that's the only real way to get that growth, is to develop that talent in this country.
I'm going to take a few more questions. I'll come back to yes, man in the pink shirt here.
Honestly, the idea that we're going to train that many people in AI, as Keir Starmer has claimed, is just farcical. We need to train something like 38,000 a week, every week from now for the next 4 years. It's not going to happen. Ridiculous.
Thank you. I think what the British public are sick of is listening to you lot chipping away at each other and never ever answering a question with a straight answer.
I mean, I think it's a perfectly reasonable point to make 95% of the time, because it's so true. Politicians don't just answer questions; they just don't do it. But I mean, I probably have to give props to Darren Jones. He did actually kind of answer a question for once.
Kind of, I guess, yeah.
You, Mr. Youssef. So I shall give you an opportunity to do that now. We're all saying we want to make savings. We all want to make cuts. But not one party is addressing the big elephant in the room. And that elephant is immigration.
No. Oh, yeah, no one ever addresses immigration. I've barely heard that mentioned ever. Shut the fuck up, you prick.
I mean, unless, he may be saying we need more immigration so that we have a higher tax base and higher productive capacity. He may be saying that. But I mean, because the actual elephant in the room that no one talks about is fucking pensions, right?
Yep.
It's pensions, because that's the biggest part of the welfare bill that they say they want to cut. Oh, we won't touch the triple lock though, will we?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm going to guess that's not what he's saying, though.
Yeah.
I voted Labour, and if we had an election tomorrow, I would still vote Labour, but they would lose, and we would be under a reform government. A government with no plans and no clue what they're doing. So what do we do to stop that? I'll give you a clue. We've got something called Border Force, and the clue's in the name. So send the Border Force boats out there. As soon as these dinghies leave French water, we turn them round, we send them back, we disembark the...
How? What do you mean you disembark? What, so you're going to invade sovereign French waters?
You do coastal piracy?
Yeah, exactly. I want to explain this to these people. It's not like a game, it's not a board game you're dealing with here. You can't just push things around a map and that's fine. The French Coast Guard will start fucking firing at us, you prick. Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen here? The reality of the world just doesn't sink in with them, does it?
No.
Passengers, we take away their boats. That's how you smash the gangs, not by flying all
Okay, but you take away their boats, they're just going to have even worse boats then. Even more rickety, less safe, more sinky, more death boats.
If there's one thing that is famously a very scarce commodity, it's inflatable dinghies, right? Those things that you just can't... It's not like you can just, I don't know, go to your local supermarket and buy one, is it?
Yeah, but the problem with that is the dogs will smell it.
Over the world like Sir Keir Starmer. And instead of saying, let's build more homes for immigrants, let's have less immigrants for homes. One of you...
I don't think he said let's build more homes for immigrants. I think that's a thing you have added to the situation there.
And on top of that, and I'm just like, well, okay, who's going to pay your pension, mate?
Magic people.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Well,
have the guts to answer that directly and not go around, oh, we've invested this and that. We need direct action. We need it now.
Hang a minute.
Your savings.
Hang on a minute. You're just don't say you're going to invest something. What else are they going to do? Again, he literally wants magic. We want you to do things about the immigrants immediately, violating international treaties to do so, and also spend no money on it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because Border Force, that you can pay them in claps, so it's fine.
Well, let's deal with that point. Before we do, I just want to tell you where we are next week, which is in Greenford in West London. And I just want to tell you that we're doing Question Time a little bit differently because we're going to devote the whole...
And interestingly, they will go back to talking about immigration. Notice how they didn't go back and address neoliberalism.
True.
Don't need to go.
True.
We don't need to talk about that. I'll go. No. But immigration, the thing we never, ever talk about. Let's talk about it some more. Fuck's sake.
Whole programme to the issue of growing up in the 21st century. So, social media, use of mobile phones, jobs, housing, mental health, that kind of thing. So we have quite the panel. Obviously have quite the panel tonight, I hasten to add, but we have quite the panel. So as well as politicians, we have Jack Thorne, who's the writer of that Netflix huge drama hit Adolescence. We have Catherine Birbalsingh, who has earned herself the sobriquet of strictest headmistress in the country.
Transphobic
you should have seen me give a meltdown when she said that last week.
35.
You should have seen me have a meltdown when she said that last week.
Unbelievable.
I think I hurt some viewers' ears who are wearing headphones.
Yeah, just a fucking transphobic reactionary twat. Fuck's sake. Unbelievable.
You've probably not heard of. But if you're under 35, you will have, because he is a massively successful YouTuber, gamer, and now stand-up comedian with millions upon millions of followers.
Go back to 7.
That's what we're doing next week. We're looking for the sobriquet of strictest headmistress in the country. We also have someone called Tommy Innit, who, if you're over 35, you've probably not heard of. But if you're under 35, you will have, because he is a massively successful YouTuber.
Yeah, Tommy Innit's an interesting young man.
YouTuber, Twitch streamer, comedian, and author, which is Minecraft. Can you not get a political YouTuber? There are lots of political YouTubers that you could have picked up on.
Yeah, but they're all going to be racist.
He has 15 million subscribers, so maybe he's a little bit bigger than me. But you could at least have got, I don't know, Abigail Thorne or something. No, like there are plenty of politically focused young people YouTubers.
YouTuber, gamer, and now stand-up comedian with millions upon millions of followers. So that's what we're doing next week. We're looking for young people in the audience, as well as not so young. So if you'd like to come and apply and be part of that programme devoted to that one subject, go to the Question Time website, follow the instructions there. It should be really, really fascinating. And hopefully I shall see you there. Right, let's deal with that issue that you have raised.
Pause 1 sec.
Not just
need to sort out my camera. Let's just run out of battery. Let's go grab my charger.
Fair enough. Is he basically a liberal? Yeah, Tommy Innit's basically a liberal, I think. He's alright. He seems like a nice enough young man, but, you know. But I don't know him that well, you know. Abigail is too smart for this audience. We'll wait and see. Would I go on? I'd go on, yeah, definitely. They won't have me on, though, because I swear too much. And I'm to the left of Genghis Khan, which, you know,
sorry, when I tried to sort out my phone to charge it, to be able to put the camera back on, I then knocked the fucking cable out the back of my monitor. So I had to fix that as well. It's going well, chat. It's going well.
Excellent stuff. Proper leftist tech hours.
It's true, it's true.
Are we done yet?
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no.
just you. Brian Griffiths, where are you sitting? Right, let's hear your question.
Working families of Fleetwood are struggling in substandard housing and going hungry. Should asylum seekers be living in a rent-free hotel in Blackpool?
We never talk about immigration, ever.
Never, ever talk about it, ever. And that's what's so frustrating as well is they say, oh, well, they're being put up in hotels for free. And I'm like, yeah, and like 4 people in a room. Like, they try and pretend it's like living in, like, they think what hotel experience means what I would get if I was in a 4-star hotel on the Costa del Sol, right?
Yeah.
No, they're usually crammed into hotel rooms with like £20 a week to live off, some shit like that, right?
And that then they have to dodge, you know, fire bombings by right-wingers and all sorts, yeah.
Exactly.
Let's deal with this. Simon.
The short answer, Brian, is that they shouldn't be, and we do need to get a grip on this.
So why did your government start that then? Because you were literally in government when this became an issue.
And again, they made the choice. They made the very specific choice
Yep.
to change from putting people dispersed into residential units into being contained within individual hotels, right? Which is the opposite of dispersal. They were keeping them all in the same place, which not only made certain areas kind of have a bigger burden than other areas because there'd be the hotel will be specific to a certain sector of the town or the city.
Yep.
But on top of this, right, it made them a target. It made them a big brandished target, a big red button. Not that says growth, but that just says immigrants, right? It says refugees. So of course there was going to be riots, right? It's far easier to avoid people when they're dispersed individually amongst communities than they are all in the same fucking place.
Yep.
And it's really important to understand, I think, some of the reasons why this is happening. The first thing to say on your point, sir, on the why can't we turn the boats round in the channel, is that we all start from a position, I think, where we would like to see that happen. When I was in Cabinet, the advice that was given by the authorities, including the Navy, was that forced turnarounds of these dinghies, overcrowded, packed with women and children, would lead to excess death in the sea.
Hang on, let him answer. He's answering your question, let him answer.
And whilst I totally accept...
Jesus Christ, so the Labour voter is like, no, actually, we should just let them die. That's fine, actually. So the Tory minister is the humane person here. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm so glad we talk about immigration as well, because it's always such a fantastically sensible fucking discussion.
Really, isn't it?
Oh.
That obviously the gangs driving these crossings are heedless of the risk to human life. That was the position of the British authorities. What we really need to do...
But also, I'm not letting him off the hook either. You're heedless to the loss of human life. If you opened safe and legal routes, they wouldn't need to do this at all.
Well, that's what's... Yeah, again, you're absolutely right. Like, patient zero for this problem is the fact that they need to use smugglers at all. Because the market for the smuggling gangs is created specifically by the absence of safe and legal routes with which they would use otherwise, right?
Every single death, be it in the Mediterranean because of an EU type thing, or be it in the Channel because of the British government, is a failure of government policy. And the governments therein have those people's blood on their hands.
Yep.
It's the incentives that drive people here. And that means we need to have serious reform of our asylum laws, and it means we need, I think, to leave the European Convention on Human Rights, which has been roundly abused.
What a surprise!
To mean that British courts are unable to get rid of people who have no earthly right to be here on any sensible basis. And we see it in all sorts of manifestations. It obviously goes wider than just the asylum seeker conversation. It goes to our inability to deport many foreign criminals. But it is simply farcical that between now and 2029, on the government's own figures this week, we'll spend somewhere in the region of £12.5 billion on asylum seeker accommodation. That is money which should be being spent in this country, or not spent at all and given back in the form of tax cuts.
I mean, that was being spent under the government when you were in government as well.
Yes.
So it's hardly a new problem. I mean, how did you let that
happen? Yeah, well, my very clear wish was that we should take very robust action on the human rights settlement, which I believe is, at the moment, being abused in a way which the founders of the treaties in the 1950s could never have imagined to set our ability
right.
to have
That's a really good point. Yeah, because they never imagined it would be used by brown people. It's basically what he's saying here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's saying here, is because it was fine when it was Jews, right? Which, of course, it was correct to do so, right? It was fine when it was people fleeing, I don't know, from Kosovo or something, right, in the 90s. Oh, brown people are using it now. Oh, it is being abused now, isn't it? Can't be dealing with the pesky human rights, so we have to take it away from everybody.
Exactly. We didn't mind human rights when the people were human, whereas now it's non-human people. But Africans, is literally government policy.
Again, but the people are just
or
stupid.
Conservative policy, at
Well,
least.
yes, true.
Yeah.
People are just stupid to think that they won't be used against them, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm the in-group. I'm being pandered to by another member of the in-group. All of the negative things that could happen as a consequence of leaving this protection of human rights can only be used against the out-group. They would never turn it against me, would they? And then, of course, that's never the case, is it?
All I'll say is look at the way in which the authorities turned against, say, the Just Stop Oil people. When it suits them, the authorities will use it against Whitey as well.
Exactly, 100%, 100%.
Your sovereign border at naught. And until we get real with that, then we're not going to resolve this problem. That's why I'm very pleased Kemi Badenoch's set up the commission, which will look at how we do this, because it is a important and complex question, and we'll report back this September.
Darren.
No one's interested. Again, he almost had some racists going, oh, maybe the Conservative Party, oh, they've set up a Quango. Okay, never mind then. Because no one cares. You're either for leaving the ECHR now, or you're not. Those are essentially the two positions you can have. Whereas Kemi's gone, set up a Quango and they'll tell me what to do. Well, enjoy political obscurity then, because that's where you're going to go.
So, one of the things Rachel Reeves announced yesterday, which I'm not sure anyone was expecting, was that there will be no asylum seekers being housed in hotels by 2029. How on earth are you going to do that when the number of asylum seekers coming over the channel, which is a small number of the people, I have to say, claiming asylum overall, most of those have overstayed their visas, but that number is going up. How are you going to achieve this?
So one of the problems that we've inherited coming into government was a huge number... No, it's true. Was a huge number of people in hotels waiting for a decision. There was a backlog of people...
Okay, but that number's actually increased. The number of people in hotels has increased on your watch. Not massively, but it has. So, like, you're not making the situation better.
No, exactly. I mean, the important thing is you just need to hire more asylum caseworkers. That's the thing.
Well, exactly, yeah. And again, they've essentially come to the same sort of solution because they see the same problem in the same light as the Tories, right? So they got rid of Rwanda, not because it was... they didn't get rid of Rwanda, the country. They got rid of Rwanda, the plan to send people there. Not because it was an abomination or because it was fucking illegal, but because it was an inefficient way of doing our white supremacy. So but they still fundamentally hold the position that immigrant equals bad. That's it. That's the core foundational sort of approach that these governments have taken. And so they've come up with basically the same solution, kind of, but more nicey-nicey. So they're going to have these kind of slightly nicer camps for people to be processed in other parts of the world. They tried this shit with Albania, who told them to fuck off. But they'll be somewhere else, probably a little bit nearer than Rwanda, and they'll just process them there.
And the thing is, right, the way you can tell that this isn't about pragmatism or the need for government finances to be stable or to not overspend in this particular area, and is actually about not wanting the Browns to come here and wanting these people to not turn up at all, is that they haven't set up the processing centre in France that France offered us.
Yeah.
This is the really important thing, right? Is that if we had a processing centre in France, people could just have their asylum claims processed and then they would be able to come here via regular means and no one would have to get in a boat. Be the easiest way of solving this problem, right? But it would mean that, 75, 70, 60% or whatever the current acceptance rate is, of those people who had their claim heard in France would then come and be an asylum seeker or be a refugee here because their claim would have been successful if it's been processed in France already and they've been allowed to come here. And that would mean that the number of migrants would go up, and they can't have that. They can't have that.
Yeah, indeed, sir, indeed.
They have to, and again, it's worth pointing out as a justification for this, right? You may say, "Oh, we've taken in loads of asylum seekers." We haven't. We haven't taken in loads of asylum seekers.
We've taken in a tiny percentage.
And if we just look at European terms, the number of migrants, the number of refugees that we've taken in per capita, lower than Germany, lower than France, lower than Italy, lower than Greece, right? We're lower than a bunch of other kind of big countries in Europe already. Yeah. When you look at it internationally, it's a fucking fraction, right?
Yeah.
There are millions and millions of refugees in Turkey and Lebanon, the countries right next to the conflict. European countries moaning and pissing their pants and having a fucking meltdown over a tiny fraction of the world's refugee population, when the vast, vast, vast majority of them are internally displaced or displaced in countries close to the conflict because they're the first port of call. Honestly, they have their head checked and need to stop being treatless, because that's what they are.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's entitled fucking whinging, is what it is.
It is. It's whinging. It's exactly what it is.
Indeed. Talking of entitlement, give us your money.
Subscribe. Bits
and
Patreon,
subs and memberships
PayPal.
and super chats and all of that shit. You can give us money. Otherwise, I'm emigrating to Canada. Yeah, I'm going to Canada. I don't know.
people being paid to stay in hotels because the last government didn't take decisions on their asylum claims. That's why the bill is so high. So we're working through those now at pace. If you are not entitled to stay here, you have to go back where you came from. That's why...
Can I just ask you on that point, because that's what you've said, and I'm sure that, Zia, that's what you'll say as well. But there are countries that just won't take people back.
There are
so
some...
what do you... There was quite a few. I mean, you know... I mean, for example, Robert Jenrick was quoting Iraq, Somalia, Ethiopia, Iran, I believe. They are not prepared, on the whole, there may be some exceptions, to take people back.
Look,
so where are they going to go?
Yeah. Look, there are some of those cases, and they are difficult, but it is the minority of people currently waiting, which is why we've done returns agreements with countries and why we've returned over 20,000 people who do not have the right to claim asylum here. It is right that we're cancelling the use of asylum hotels because that's not how we should be paying taxpayers' money. But on the other side of the coin, can I just say something which I'm sad to say I think is now controversial in our political debate? I did a visit to the Border Security Command in Dover a few weeks ago to see what we were doing to process these applications, to return people that are not allowed to be here, to make sure that you're catching people trying to come in when they shouldn't come in. But let me tell you, when you're there on the site, seeing these dinghies put together by these organised criminal gangs, which are clearly not safe, and when you see that the majority of the people in these boats are children, babies and women who have been...
No, they're not.
No, you have got to take... No, look, I get this is...
North of 90% of them are adult men.
Let me be... No.
North of 90% of them are adult
Okay,
men.
let's just have a look at some facts. What percentage of small boat crossings are adult men?
Whilst you look at that, thank you, Mad Cat Scotty, with 200 bitty bits. Apparently, Zia Yusuf was born in South Lanarkshire. Good lord.
In 2023, it was 75% of small boat arrivals were adult males. 84% in 2024. No, 75% in 2024. So it's actually 75% basically every single year. So it is about 3/4.
So they're both wrong then.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So they're both wrong. But
I'm glad we have such a sensible, fact-based discussion about immigration every time, rather than both sides lying. Fantastic.
It's true. What I will say though, I think the most important point here that I'm going to say is that I don't fucking care. You know what? Turns out I'm not a misandrist. I do not somehow believe that men can't be victims of persecution. I don't think somehow because somebody is a man, it means that they should somehow be less likely to want to claim asylum. First of all, because they're people and people deserve help. And second of all, men can be persecuted as well as anybody else. And third of all, in the vast majority of cases, it's the men who come here first to be able to do the claim. Because why risk the life of the whole family?
Right.
You can risk the life of just one person. And then when they get their claim accepted, if they're a genuine refugee, the rest of their family joins them. That's how this works. Is why the number is so high.
Right, but you know what he's doing here. These are young men who are going to impregnate our women. That's literally it. That's why they want you to be scared of young men. They're going to fuck your white women. And this is being sold to you by a brown man, which is very, very interesting repackaging of the same old racist tropes.
Yep. And again, I'm going to say it again, it's misandrist tropes as well.
Oh, God, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's misandry. It's 100% misandry. They're men, so they must therefore be ne'er-do-wells. They must therefore be terrible human beings who are potential criminals, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hang on, you're saying that's not true?
No, look, this is why it's controversial.
Is it true or
I'm saying it's not true. Now, and I'm saying that this is controversial for a reason, and it's not. You're told not to challenge the audience on question time, but I'm going to. So let me tell you this story. When there are babies and children put into that position by human trafficking gangs who are coming across in the Channel with skin burns from the oil from those boats mixing with the salt seawater, I would ask any of you to look at those babies and children and say, go back where you came from.
And many of them would. Many of them don't care.
I mean, that is true. Like, you're absolutely right. Many of them would. But also, like, Darren Jones also doesn't care, right? He's pretending that he cares, but if the Labour Party genuinely cared about the lives of people getting into dinghies, right, they would open up safe and legal routes or give us a processing centre in France, right? Many different ways that you could be doing this to ensure that people wouldn't have to take the crossing. But instead, what you're doing is talking a bunch of fucking nonsense about smashing the gangs and the elite border security command when your own Prime Minister said that part of your plan for dealing with this problem was hiring dinghy rubber sniffing fucking dogs, right? You're not serious about stopping these people dying in the channel unless you take some actual action that has real world solutions, right? And you're not doing any of these things, and because you won't do the things that actually reduces these numbers because you don't want to accept more asylum seekers, you're allowing a room for people to attack you on this when these numbers don't go down. They're saying, let's just drown these fuckers in the channel, right? It will not lead to fewer crossings. It will not lead to a safer way of doing things. And it will not lead to a lower amount of racist sentiment that led to the riots that we saw last year.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, right? You're failing. You're allowing people to die for political reasons whilst pretending not to do so. It's despicable.
Like, and also, on the one hand, he'll say, you wouldn't say to these children that they need to go back to where they come from. And yet he and his government have looked at tens of thousands of dead Gazans and gone, but Israel does have a right to defend herself.
True.
So one does have to question how seriously he takes the sanctity of these children's lives. Maybe if they're all Palestinians, he wouldn't care.
It is right that we are a country that respects our human rights obligations, but it is also right that we should have a border that is functioning and an immigration system that is functioning. It was left out of control by the last government.
You know they're coming from
and
France,
we're going to go.
right? You know they're coming from
taking control of it again. It's right that we take a humanitarian response for those people who are put in those positions, and as the government's policy states, dealing with the criminal gangs who are exploiting vulnerable children to use that route, and then tackling the people who should not be using it and making sure that they're not staying in this country. You can do both of those things without politicising it in the way that you do.
Zia.
Again, the idea of politicisation is inherently bad. When literally we're talking about the spending of billions of pounds of public money, it's political, mate. Like, when you say using it purely for political gain, rather than actually caring about the topic, that's one thing. But it's just annoying that everything, like, calling it political makes it look bad. Like, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, in my previous answer, I made the case that this government prioritises foreign citizens over citizens of the United Kingdom. After that testimony, I can rest my case.
How do you rest that case?
So number one, well, you were just talking about. So number one, the vast majority of the people making the journey from France by small boat are fighting-age, military-age males. Not
fighting-age, man, because it's an invasion. You understand? I'm not a Nazi.
This is definitely not something that's going to cause more pogroms, is it?
No.
Like, this is the kind of language that people need to be fucking, like, be banned. We need to ban people from speaking in this ridiculous, like, this is stochastic terrorism. That's what they're engaging. This is stochastic terrorism. It's the kind of language that will lead to more riots, which will lead to more people being pogromed, right?
Yeah.
We will see exactly the same shit we saw before by pretending that somehow that this is some kind of fucking invading military.
Yeah.
Women and children. That's the first point. I don't know if the BBC real-time fact checkers are working this evening or not. They seem to be when I speak, but let's see. That's the first point. The second
You're
point I would
such
make
a whiny
is that,
bitch. Oh, you people who fact-checked me.
Maybe fewer people would fact-check you, see, if you didn't keep spouting fucking incredibly untrue garbage.
Yeah.
Talking about asylum hotels and Rachel Reeves saying, we're going to shut down asylum hotels. There was a report today that this Labour government is not only renting hotel spaces, they're actually going to buy hotels at the taxpayers' dime.
Wow, they're nationalising hotels. Cool.
I mean, that sounds like a much better way of doing it.
Yeah.
Having access to a building which previously wasn't being used, and then rather than renting hotel space, which you'd have no assets, you'd then have the asset that you can then sell later when the hotel business is up and running again. That actually sounds like a much better plan than we've got at the moment. On top of this, they could theoretically ban Airbnb, and then the hotel business will be booming again.
Indeed. Thank you, Over Historian, for gifting us up to Thinking Sabercat. Much love.
Can you just categorically deny that is the case? That this government, this Labour government, is spending taxpayers' money purchasing hotels in order to house illegal immigrants and asylum seekers?
We own government...
Well, yes,
I'm answering your question. We own government-owned temporary accommodation for when people are waiting for a decision. That is true, but...
So you're not buying any more?
Well, we've had to buy some to get out of hotels, but it's temporary accommodation. It's cheaper to do it that way. But look, when you say that this means that the government is prioritising foreigners over the British people, you have to explain what you mean by that.
Okay, let me explain what I mean.
True.
I spent many weeks in the constituency of Runcorn and Helsby. Runcorn is a very deprived area. And do you know the issue that exercised people so much and why you lost that seat with the massive swing to Sarah Pochen? The reason is primarily because of HMOs, houses of multiple occupancy. So not the actual hotels. In an unholy alliance of Serco and Yvette Cooper, the Labour Home Secretary, illegal migrants are being deposited into communities where there's no say for the local people about it.
Okay, I say we take over all of Islington and all of Chelsea and Knightsbridge. Let's just dump people in those houses there. Is that what you're suggesting? Because we need to get the people out of Runcorn, right? So, Swanage. Gets fucked. Is that right, Rich? I don't know.
I'm looking forward to the future emirate of Kensington and Chelsea.
Let's go.
People from alien cultures. There's a lot of crime as a result of this. And what takes this to Bond villain levels of wickedry, there are Section 21 eviction notices being given to British tenants, including, and in my inbox I have examples of veterans, including one who is suffering PTSD, who received a Section 21 eviction notice because Serco, at the behest of the Home Office, at the behest of Keir Starmer, is offering 5 to 7 year contracts, 20 to 30% above market rates, to house illegal migrants and asylum seekers. And as a result of that, British people are being turfed out onto the street. There's nothing about that.
I would be very surprised if that were actually true. In terms of like, oh, what, white people are being displaced by these brown people, which is essentially what he's saying. There's no doubt that the government are trying to purchase temporary accommodation facilities, which they need to, because that's the cheapest way you can do this. But the idea that this means some great displacement of the white people of Runcorn is just fucking... Again, I don't know, because the right-wing lie is very easy to say, and then to debunk it, you need to actually do 1 million hours of fucking research into it. Yeah. But I'd be very surprised if the thing he is suggesting is anything like the truth.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, just because I think Serco are monsters, basically. Like, the idea that Serco...
I know Serco are monsters, but that's he's suggesting the government are purposely trying to displace white people, which is just not true.
I mean, what they've probably done is they've given a contract to Serco, and Serco have been the ones who had access to the property, and then they've done it not at the behest of the government, but because they were doing it for themselves, given the mandate of the government contract, right? But as has been pointed out in chat, Section 21 eviction notices are going to be banned as part of the Renters Reform Bill, and the Reform UK manifesto explicitly opposed rental reform. So if you're going to blame anybody for the use of Section 21 notices, maybe blame the party that opposes them being banned.
Yeah. Also, like, it's just so fucking dangerous. This rhetoric, when we've literally got Ballymena in fucking flames right now, to be using this same fucking horrific, like, pouring fuel onto the flames rhetoric. Like, he's a fucking dangerous little prick, this guy.
Well, yeah, it's exactly what I said before. It's stochastic terrorism. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And it's why the social contract in this country is hanging by a thread.
So, Zia, just be clear, because one of the things that your boss, Nigel Farage, has talked about is sending, if they come over on a boat, and you refer to it, Simon, if people come over in a boat, you turn it round and dump them back on the beach in France. Practically
impossible.
How would that happen? How would you persuade the French government to accept that?
Well, number one, you might ask them what they're doing with the £400 million of British
No, I'm asking you a different question. How would you persuade...
Well, I'm not going to answer your practical question that I can't answer. I've got more rhetoric. Fucking embarrassing.
The French government to accept that?
Well, I just answered you. The first thing I would say is, can we have our money back, please? That would be the first point.
How would you persuade the government to accept that?
So listen, there's a number of points here to be made. Firstly,
You have to take away the incentive. That I agree with. You have to leave the ECHR. That I agree with. It'll never happen under the Tories. There's a reason it never happened is because the vast majority of Tory MPs are against.
Hang on. I've asked you
doing it.
questions here. Please answer. How would, it's a central part of your policy, as I understand it, you turn the boats around and deposit the people back on the beach in France, and France would just have to swallow that. How would you persuade them to do that?
Well, listen, I will say this. If the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is unwilling to have an extremely difficult conversation with the leader of France about the sovereignty of our territory, which is basically being overwhelmed and overrun on a daily basis as a result of the Channel, I don't know about what the Prime Minister would be willing to have a difficult...
Okay, but, like, that doesn't change anything, because the President of France can just say, you go fuck yourself. Like, it doesn't change anything. Your policy is unworkable. You know it's unworkable. You're bullshitting, and this is actually fundamentally the betrayal that the Reform government would have, that the Tory government did. Is that they're promising things they know they cannot do, and that's just going to fucking alienate and infuriate their own voters in the same way that it did with the Tories, because you're offering a solution to a problem that you know you can't implement.
Literally, yeah, as has been pointed out in chat, it's literally their flagship policy. Their main policy is we'll be the ones who will stop the boats, right? And their answer is, why don't you go and talk to Emmanuel Macron and then persuade him to do something? What is the thing? We don't know, but you can do it. Like,
yeah, like, I'm sure he'll be fine with that. No, he won't. He'll say, no. Because that's French for no. I am a polyglot.
Okay, so you don't know if you'd been managed to persuade them or not. You can't be sure. Let's hear from our audience. A lot of hands up. Lots of hands up.
So he just can't answer it. Yeah, okay.
Human rights are human rights. Shame on you all. Shame on you for ditching it.
Yeah.
The only way to sort immigration out is for you all to get together with all other countries to sort it out at source. True. People dying all the time.
Yeah.
Based guys, the old guys in the crowd doing it good tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. That garden gnome is based, yes.
Literally, so true.
Zia, you pretend that Reform are a party for the working people. However, just in the last 2 weeks, Farage has gone on about looking at abortions. He's pro-Israel, which a lot of the British people are not for bombing Israel. I've seen racist tweets.
Well, okay, you've worded that a bit weird, but okay.
I mean, to be fair, like, was there like 10% of the country is LGBT? So that means there's a pretty reasonable section of the public who are let's go bomb Tel Aviv. So,
about the new Hermione. She's 11 years old from Reform supporters. You want to get rid of the NHS? Farage is on record saying that. Not really a party for the working people. You've got magic money tree policies. How are you going to fund public...
The Labour Party plants are not very good either. Is all I'll say.
It's a really bad show. Oh God, I just want to be on the fucking panel. Ah.
Well, have you thought about being Tommy in it? No, you haven't. You've decided to be a political person and not a fucking weird gamer.
True, only 15,900,972,000 subscribers to go.
Nearly there, chat. We can get her there. Come on, let's go.
Now, see, I'm going to give you an opportunity to answer that because we're going to look into that in more detail. Yes, with the
It's a real mix as well tonight in the audience because they've clapped everything. Every conceivable different brand of opinion has gotten a clap.
Police one, I think, was
I completely understand the point about not wanting to deposit children and babies back on the beach. I don't actually know what the number that we're paying France every year. It's quite a lot, I think, in millions. But I would
it's
have
400 million, which is not that much. But like, I get it. Okay, if you're not happy with what France is doing, yeah, take the 400 million back. What, fine, grand. But like, that doesn't change anything. They're still not going to just accept you violating their territorial fucking waters and depositing foreign nationals into their beaches. No.
Okay, so we gave them £500 million over 3 years, so 167 million a year towards extra officers to help stop migrants crossing the channel in small boats, right? So we didn't give the money to France. We used the money ourselves in France on officers to stop people crossing, right? They
No,
were
we-
stationed in France, but it was for us, really.
No. We went around with briefcases full of cash and just gave them personally to Emmanuel Macron. And
Crazy
he
stuff.
spent them on MILFs.
So thank you, DBC or DB Charmer, for the 10 gifties. That's very generous of you. Thank you, Fluffy Snowcat, for re-upping the Prime. Thank you, Fen Reynolds, for the Prime. And thank you, Imaginus Rex Illustration, for the 4th month of Prime in a row. Thank you all for your support.
Thought we should be they should be paying us for every boat that leaves their shores and arrives here.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mexico are going to pay for that fucking wall any day now.
Yeah, like, why should they? Like,
what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? These people don't live. They live in a racist fantasy land. Oh yeah, France should pay us for all of the people. Why? What the? Oh god. I don't even know. It's so stupid. I don't even know how to combat it without just screaming in the man's face.
Turn up with Paris with like a big invoice.
Yeah, exactly. Do the Donald Trump thing. Here's money you owe me, and then Angela Merkel just being like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Sarah, you've been very patient. Forgive me for not coming to you earlier. So, should asylum seekers be living in a free hotel in Blackpool? And also, we've got onto the wider point about illegal immigration more generally.
Well,
I forgot she was here.
the reason we're in the situation that we're in is because the asylum backlog, the application for asylum, the backlog got so large under the previous Conservative government. It's still very large now. We have a lot of people in this country who are waiting a really long time for asylum decisions. I mean, have in my
to be fair,
constituency a
Sarah,
hotel.
This is true, right? But have you considered that the people in the audience don't care?
Don't give
that
a
the people,
fuck. Yeah,
the people
that's
waiting a long time. They just want these people thrown into the sea, or put in the plane to Rwanda, or sent to fucking.
This is the worrying thing. Like, you know, occasionally you get like a fucking Katie Hopkins will come out and say like, "Oh, we should machine gun them in the Channel," and everyone goes, "Oh, that's disgusting. That's terrible." You know, if that actually happened, there would be a very significant proportion of this population that would be fine with that.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Like, I'm not saying a majority, but a pretty significant minority would be absolutely all on board with that. And that, I have to live around these people every day. They walk amongst us, seemingly normal, and yet they are Nazi little fuckheads. It's not even a particularly small percentage, unfortunately. Thank you, Treeball PD, with 11 months.
Oh, and thank you to your PD for the 10 gifted. I appreciate the support.
Which has had asylum seekers in, and I've spoken to some of those people. They've reached out to me as their local MP. Some of them have been waiting over 2 years. And, you know, that is simply unacceptable. And to talk about incentives, I think for some people, the thought that they could just live here for 2 years, you know, for the next 2 years of their life, actually, if it's going to take us that long, it's not really surprising that some people might regard that as a bit of an incentive. We urgently need to get that down, the amount of time that it takes for...
Thank you, Ben, for bringing up this excellent stat in chat. 25% real terms cuts to the Home Office budget during the austerity era where the Liberal Democrats are in coalitions with the Conservative government. I wonder whose fault it is that we've not been processing people.
5p bag tax!
True, we've got our 5p bag tax, though, so it's all good that the country sucks. Thank you,
yes.
Liberal Democrats. Appreciate it.
The Home Office, for the Border Force, whoever it is, to make those decisions and to either then enable people
I love
to
the
stay...
fact that most places don't even charge the 5p bag tax. They just absorb it and give you a free plastic bag. So it doesn't actually fucking cut the number of bags being used anyway.
I do have to push back. The stats are actually the complete opposite of this. Plastic bag usage after the introduction of the charge dropped 80%.
Don't get me wrong, it did
was.
drop initially, but I'm pretty sure it's crept back up significantly. I don't think it's had that big an impact. But either way, it's not worth the hundreds of thousands.
I think most of the plastic bags I get now come from the corner shop because they're exempt. I think it's only like supermarkets and like big retailers that have to charge you for the bags, right? Or they use paper now, like a Primark use paper bags, but you still get the little black plastic bags at the corner shop.
Well, exactly. Yeah, most places still just offer you a plastic bag.
If they have a right to be here, or to return them. Because apart from anything else, when they're stuck in those hotels, and I have spoken to some of them in my constituency, some of them have fled, unimaginable horror, but they're actually bringing with them skills, professional experience. I've been quite dismayed to find how many healthcare workers there are when we have massive shortages in our local hospital.
Actually, very true.
But we don't allow them to work.
One of the, you remember the guy who killed himself? The guy who remember the asylum seeker who committed suicide on the Baby Stockholm? That person was a fucking doctor.
Well, I mean, again, there were lots of people in the country who would cheer, which is all pretty fucking gross. Yeah, oh, God. Again, our NHS would collapse without migration. That's the problem. We don't train enough people to do the jobs we need.
Leonard Faruku was the guy who died in the Baby Stockholm. Apparently, people who worked on staff on the actual barge itself apparently laughed and joked over his death.
Of course they did, because they hire fucking evil bastards to do it. Like ICE in America, they love this shit. They hire the most sadistic anti-fucking immigrant people they can. Nasty cunts.
Work. But wouldn't that be even more of an incentive if we did?
Well, my point is we need to bring down the length of time that it takes. But if it's going to take, if they're going to be here, then actually why not be making a contribution while they're here? So that's something that the Liberal Democrats are pushing for. But more than anything, as I say, we need to bring down the amount of time that it takes
mention the EU.
To process their applications. But I've got to say, let's not demean ourselves while they're here, while we are dealing with their applications as quickly as we possibly can. Can we not demean ourselves by pretending that they're aliens? These are human beings, and it is beneath us to treat them in the way that Zia
Could he
is
look more evil? Could Zia Yusuf look more like he wants to actually strangle babies?
I mean, he does look like a baby strangler, it's true.
Yeah.
It just looks like one. I'm not saying he is one, just that he looks like one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Politico Teacher, for the Prime sub.
Let's take another question. And Zia, you'll have a chance to reply to some points that have been made. Felix August. There you are.
What a name.
So, Reform UK have got 10 councils here, including here in Blackpool. But fast forward 4 years, are they going to be in Downing Street or are they going to be in a comedy act down the road in Blackpool?
Zia.
Well, there's a lot of ad hominem attacks to respond to there. So firstly, the notion...
Ooh, the people are being mean to me. You're a fucking bitch.
He is, isn't he?
God almighty, you whiny fuck. You're worse than any of these other politicians. You really are.
That Nigel Farage is on the record as saying that we'd scrap the NHS. Simply not true. The NHS
it is
very
true.
close.
No, it actually is. We've heard him say we need to move over to a private healthcare industry.
So he was on camera years ago, I think it was about a decade ago, saying we need to move to an insurance-based system, right?
Yeah.
They've changed the line, right? What he's saying is that, well, that's just a total nonsense, when the official Reform UK position, which he must surely endorse, that Nigel Farage said in an interview with Beth Rigby like 2 months ago, less than a month ago even, it was just after the local elections, was that they would want to fund the NHS not through general taxation, but through insurance payments, right? The NHS, the basic fundamental principle of the NHS is that it's free at the point of use and paid for by general taxation. If you're no longer paying for it through general taxation, then it's not the NHS. It's just the French system.
But to be fair, he might not necessarily know the Reform Party plan or policy because he only joined like 2 days ago. So.
It's true. He's a very new recruit to the Reform UK fold.
Having left 3 days ago.
Yeah, he was on question. He said on Question Time.
He
He
did.
said on Question Time we should move to the French model.
Yep.
During the election, he said it.
My parents have given between them over 50 years of service to the NHS. My mother is a nurse. My father is a paediatrician.
Yeah, your dad's a fucking tool maker. You pedal dash semi. Yeah, we know.
Well, I wonder if he'll tell everyone that he was a fucking banker.
My mum is over 70. She still works full-time as a nurse. And going back to the great...
But hang on a
point that
second.
was made
Nigel Farage has said that the NHS funding model, I mean, he said this last year, the NHS funding model isn't working anymore. We need to fundamentally rethink the way we fund it. Let's look at the lessons of the French healthcare system. He only said this last year, and obviously the French healthcare system is a combination of insurance-based healthcare paid by employers, some private healthcare, and then some funded by the
And
government.
co-pays.
At no point has Nigel ever said we'd scrap the NHS. He's been very clear we will keep the NHS free at the point of use. But let's
No,
also
pause,
be really clear.
pause.
The NHS isn't working for people.
He specifically said free at the point of use, but not publicly funded, right? The two principles of the NHS is publicly funded and free at the point of use, right? If one of those goes, it is not the NHS anymore. Simple. It's very, very simple, right? And he's deliberate, and he knows full well. He knows full well that he's talking bullshit. He knows full well that he's talking bullshit because he specifically didn't answer the question about the French system. He just immediately U-turned to his plausible deniability by forgetting to mention the paid for by general taxation. Specifically did that. He's such a fucking scumbag. So suck it.
I think we're going to have to think about healthcare very, very differently. And I think we're going to have to move to an insurance-based system of healthcare. Frankly, I would feel more comfortable that my money would return value if I was able to do that through the marketplace of an insurance company.
I've also sent you a message on Twitter with the clip from Beth Rigby.
Let's have a cheeky gander.
Do you have the timestamp for when he says it, Ben, or is it right at the start?
Let's have a look.
You scroll down a bit, that's right. Perfect, thank you.
It's the eve of polling. You're at your final rally. Your rivals like to say that Reform is still a protest party. Is that about to change? Are you going to be running councils and mayoralties by Friday?
We're not a protest party. You won't see people in this
I'll
room.
scroll through a bit to find where it says about the NHS.
Be winning whole, that you're going to take hundreds of seats.
I do feel optimistic about it.
You think you're going to take?
But I think national vote share, we're going to do very, very well. What is for certain is this. 9 months ago, just after the general election,
it's up to local councillors to decide whether to team up with Reform councillors.
if a cooperation is to be formed with any party,
Conservatives, they've just lost what was weak. You feel like he could be a liability to you.
520.
Your closeness to him. Didn't of the NHS is a total failure. The French do it much better with less funding. There's a lesson there. If you can afford it, you pay. If you can't, you don't. It works incredibly well. The French have a statutory health system levied from a mix of contributions from earned income and unearned income. You know, the central government funding and a little bit of a top-up fee. That's what's made Labour or allowed Labour to levy this charge.
Well, if Labour are upset that the rich might have to pay for healthcare, I find that a very odd position for it to be in.
Just to be clear, do you
Be
want it
fundamental.
still funded through general taxation, or you think you
No,
need to look at the funding model?
I do not want it funded through general taxation.
Right,
It
okay.
doesn't
There you go.
work.
Okay.
That is him. That is. There you go. Plain as day. Caught in 4K and openly, not hiding it, saying, "I will end the beverage model," which is the foundation of the NHS.
Yeah.
Simple.
So he does want to get rid of the NHS.
There you go.
Yeah.
Point proven. Literally, the words "I do not want it funded through general taxation" came straight out of his mouth.
Yep.
People. Over the last 2 decades, the amount of money every person in this country is paying into the NHS has increased by 50%. And in that time, elective waiting lists have increased by 70%.
So when he says let's change the way we fund and organise the NHS, what does he mean?
Let me finish. 19,000 people waited more than 3 days in accident and emergency in 2023. That is a third world statistic. The NHS currently, sadly, as much as I love it, my parents have dedicated their lives to it, it's very close to my heart, it is not working. And the notion that we can just keep throwing money at it, as I pointed out, we have to make some funding.
The reason why we're in this situation is because we underfunded it.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to make some comparisons to the French, for example, from 2010 till 2019, we continually cut government expenditure on the NHS as a percentage of GDP every single year. It's the longest sustained drop in NHS funding as a percentage of GDP in that period. And at the same time, we were spending almost 2% less of GDP than France were on healthcare. I wonder why their healthcare outcomes didn't drop and ours did. It's fucking... And then because of that underfunding and the increase in waiting lists, which were increasing before the pandemic, it's really important to understand this, Now the pandemic's hit, and what little room that we didn't have in the NHS has exploded, and that has massively increased the waiting lists further. We're going to have to spend even more than the French already do to not just deal with the pandemic backlog, but also the backlog that was created by the underfunding for the 10 years previous, right?
Yeah.
So we can and should pump more money in to be able to fix this problem, right? This is the fact. This is an underfunding problem, not a model problem.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, again, another example of the false economy of austerity.
Yep.
Fundamental changes and ask some real questions about why so many people in this country are petrified of getting ill. And then I want to just also respond to the point about, are we a party for working people? We are the only party who are saying the first tax cut Nigel Farage will make as Prime Minister with our MPs is to raise the threshold at which point income tax is payable to £20,000 a year,
Okay,
so
pause.
that people like nurses.
But all of the rest of their taxes all benefit the richest, right?
Yeah.
If you look at percentage terms in terms of who's getting the best deal in the amount of tax they currently pay as per what they will pay after Reform Your Case plans, the richest are much better off than the poorest.
Yeah.
It's a three-card trick. And all you'll get is worse public services that poor people rely on to give tax cuts to give tax cuts to rich people. It's a con. It's a straight-up con. And the fact that people are falling for it drives me through the bend.
True, although I still think that the Reform Party will begin to kind of fracture and implode over the course of time.
I hope so.
I don't like this stuff about them. Oh, they'll get 400 seats. I can't see them getting anywhere fucking near that amount.
Pardon?
How will you replace that?
Well, let me give you some examples. The $5 billion a year currently spent on asylum hotels, the £12 billion a year that you will find. With respect, please, sir. With respect, please, sir. Please let me answer the question.
It's 70 billion.
£12 billion.
It's a £70 billion tax cut. Just what they're doing on the basic rate of income tax, on raising the threshold where you start paying basic rate, right? That is £70 billion on that alone. That's before you get into the corporation tax cuts for big corporations as well, by the way.
Yeah.
The small corporations are getting a smaller tax cut than big corporations under Reform Your Case plans, cutting the top rate for the highest income earners, cutting inheritance tax. There are so many other tax cuts for richer people, but that's before you even get into those, and it's still 70 billion just for the basic rate.
Indeed so. Hey, hello there, Hannah Reloaded and the Hannah Reloadeders. That's the plural. That's the plural of that, I think. I don't know. Anyway, hello there, Hannah. Everyone go and follow Hannah. It's Pride, and I'm bisexual, so by law you have to follow me. And No Justice is both gay and trans. You have to follow her as well.
Twice on Twitch and YouTube.
Twice. That's the law, okay? We don't make the rules. We just enforce them with ruthless efficiency.
Sir, I'm answering the question. Please show me the respect to let me do so. £12 billion.
I don't think you deserve respect.
No.
You're a prick, mate. So fuck you.
There is no one in this country I respect less than Zia Yusuf.
Ooh.
Because he doesn't respect himself, right? Because he's so desperate for tax cuts, he's willing to join a party that fucking hates the fact that he's a Muslim.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then when he does stand up for himself, very briefly, he goes, "Oh no, sorry, can I come back and be ahead of the Doge?"
Who was a banker, wasn't he? Let me just triple check, right?
I'm pretty sure he was.
I mean, let me have a look. Yeah, worked at Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that a ban on usury is one of the hadiths here. So, I mean, I understand why you're very happy to throw Muslims under the bus.
True.
Pounds a year that you will find directly inside government budgets as a result of the net zero madness that is taking our energy costs to the highest.
Net stupid zero.
I mean, what's giving us highest energy costs is international oil and gas prices that we are overexposed to because we didn't decarbonise quicker.
No, it's the Green New Deal that didn't happen. Fact.
Levels in the world and the £15 billion in foreign aid. How can you look Welsh people in the eyes and say it's okay for Welsh 15-year-olds educational attainment in English, mathematics and science to be below the OECD average while we're sending foreign aid, meaningful foreign aid, to countries like Turkey and Vietnam?
What we could do, mate, hear me out, we could continue to have that soft power of the aid budget as well as actually helping people in the third world. And secondly, tax rich bastards like you properly and pay for the Welsh education system. We could do both of those things because we're a very rich country. But instead, you want the rich to pay even less tax, and that will somehow make the Welsh schools better? Question mark?
Vietnam that score higher than them. There's nothing about it that's remotely acceptable. And I keep going back to this point. Reform, the decisions that we will make will be in favour of citizens of the United Kingdom. We make no apology for that.
So, look, it's the first
We
time
make
we've had
no
you on-
apology for that. Shut the fuck up, mate. How the fuck is getting Jeff Bezos to pay less tax for the good of the British people? Please.
I didn't know this, but thank you very much for the factoid in chat, Ben. Asylum costs are contained within the foreign aid budget, so he's double counted that. Can't even get the 3 numbers that he's listed right. Well, of course, because he's a fucking lying, bullshitting bellend.
True. Thank you, Verminsky, for 5 memberships. Much love.
Since you quit Reform last week, you quit saying trying to get Reform elected government was not a good use of your time. Now it is. What's changed? Still the same party.
Look, I'm on the record being very clear. I regret that tweet, and I basically worked 11 months, Fiona, without a day off. I'm very proud of what we achieved.
I was tired. Fucking hell. I mean, it's not as bad as Elon Musk calling Donald Trump a pedophile and then hearting his tweets, which is interesting. But, like, it's up there. Like, you talk about gaslighting, mate. Within a week, you've gone from not worth having a Reform Party elected to being the head of the Doge. Fuck me. I mean, is there a more worthless human being than the head of the UKIP, the head of the Reform Doge section?
I know, right?
Fuck me. Royal Correspondent is less trashy than that.
Achieved in the 48 hours after I sent that intemperate tweet, which I regret.
Intemperate?
I was inundated with messages, very heartfelt and quite emotional messages, actually, from people.
What about all the racism? You going to mention all the racism that you got from Reform members?
No? Just bots, Kev. That's Nigel Farage's line, by the way. Nigel Farage's line is, the racism that he was achieving was not from reforming caseworkers, it was from bots pretending to be them. Just literally, it was fake news, essentially.
Yeah, just scream fake news. Just scream fake news.
People who's told me how important reform was to them. And frankly, and I'm paraphrasing almost all the messages, whether people agree or not, that people see, millions of people in this country see reform as really the last hope to turn this country around. I'm extraordinarily grateful and proud, and I feel very blessed to be back to try to do that and help turn around the country I love.
But when you talk about...
Wow, you sounded like a politician then. What happened to the straight talking, straight shooting reform there, that you turned into a politician, mate?
The messages of support. I mean, obviously, your boss, Nigel Farage, to whom you are close, I assume, was talking about the fact that you decided to leave. And one of the things he mentioned that might be a reason, and these are his words, not mine, that interpersonal skills are not top of your list of personal attributes. What did you make?
Ruined.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Look at his shit-eating grin. Oh, he didn't like that question.
Make of that?
Well, look, I think I'm a very results-oriented person. I care deeply about the mission. I worked as a volunteer. I sold my company in 2023. I didn't come for money. I think the United Kingdom's one of the few countries in the world where my story is even possible. I'm extremely passionate.
And now I want to pull the ladder up on all the other people. Brilliant. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah. No, I'm really glad we gave your family a fucking chance.
Can we swap them? Can we swap them for some people from Afghanistan? That's really mean, sorry.
No, I'm okay. Zia Yusuf can fuck off. Yeah, that's
true. We'll
fine.
keep his parents. His parents sound lovely.
Yeah, his parents sound nice. Yeah, they've contributed positively to the country. Their son, on the other hand, is a wrong un.
About this mission. I've dedicated pretty much my life to it since last summer. So I make no apologies for the fact that we've been a very results-oriented organisation. And as a result of that, we've gone from 14% in the general election last summer to polling at north of 30%. We've opened 400 branches. And, of course, we took control of 10 councils. And I think May the 1st, Fiona, will go down as the most historic set of local election results in this country's history. So very proud of what we've achieved.
Right, so, amongst other things, is talking about a lot of savings you're going to make, a lot of money you're going to spend. You were saying where you're going to find it. Darren?
The question on the next election. Look, the Labour Party was elected with a huge majority last year because people voted for change. And we are very...
And you haven't delivered that. Look, ultimately, for all of the... We can fling plenty of shit at Reform because they're fucking awful. But ultimately, the reason that they're electable is because the two main parties have totally betrayed this country.
Yeah, true.
The people they're supposed to represent, be they progressive, conservative, rich, poor, whatever, they just represent the rich. That's the problem, I suppose. North, South, English, Welsh, Scottish, they just have shit on all of those people. And they're looking for any other thing. You can't offer people the status quo. It's the same with Brexit. You can't offer people the status quo when they have no stake in the status quo. They will choose the mystery box. Because literally anything is better than this. And Reform are that.
Very focused on the fact that there is a lot of work to be done for people to feel that. We are promising to make people feel better off by the end of this Parliament, to get our public services back on their feet, and to make sure that the country is set up for success again and that people can be proud of it. But you're pointing us into the direction of the next election campaign with your question. And let me say, with my party political campaigning hat on, I'm very, very clear about what we need to do at the next election. Not only do we need to show that we have delivered meaningful change for people and that politics can do that in our democracy, but we have also got to expose the hollowness and the false promises of the populist right who promise you every single thing that you could desire without answering any single question about how they're going to do it. All of these unfunded promises, as we saw under Liz Truss when she did it with the Conservatives, it's not just a risk to the country and a risk to the economy, it is a risk to family finances and the politics of the next election.
Honestly, I think one of the worst things that's going to happen during that general election is the fact that Keir Starmer has been debated into doing a fucking election debate one-on-one with Farage. I can't think of a person less able to take on Farage in the free marketplace of ideas than the robot boy.
God, I think it would be really funny, actually, quite funny, if the whole leadership kind of situation was the same in 2029 as it is now, which I not for a moment do I think that that's going to be the case, right? Imagine if Keir Starmer was still the leader of the Labour Party and they went, no, I'm just going to send Angela Rayner to do it. Not only would it be a better debate, it would also be very funny that they treated Farage with that level of contempt. Also, thank you, the Land of And, for the raid. Welcome in. You're through to the Justice Stream. We talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective, 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please drop a follow. Although, bear in mind, I will not be here after tomorrow because I'm going away for a bit. But after that, I'll be back and you can watch me talk about politics. And I'm here with Kevin Logan, who is a socialist from the UK, who's not going on holiday. So you can follow Kevin, and therefore, in my absence, you can watch Kevin talk about politics, both in the UK and also across the pond as well.
Indeed, yes. Yeah, well, I mean, send Angela Rayner, because if you remember, fucking Theresa May didn't turn up for one of those debates.
True. She sent Amber Rudd, who got the best laugh that I've ever heard, which was during the debate when she says, when it comes to governments, judge us on our record, explodes with laughter in the auditorium. It was great.
Amazing show.
Is going to be about exposing the risk of the populist right and proving once again that mainstream centre-ground politics can deliver real change for people.
Oh, he fucking hate it. Again, he almost had a point, yeah. Expose the hollowness of the far right by selling centrism that people definitely want. Oh, I just fucking end, mate. Just end, mate.
Right? It's so frustrating, isn't it? Nirian asks where you can find Kevin on YouTube and Twitch. An excellent question, Nirian. A very, very good question. You can find him at twitch.tv/KFLogan1875, or you can go over to YouTube at Ploppy111. And you can subscribe there as well. It's free to subscribe on YouTube and free to follow on Twitch.
Indeed. I put up a video today on the YouTube. It was 7 seconds.
It was.
It's not Nigel Farage. It's the Prime Minister saying nothing works.
Same thing.
Yeah, basically, yeah. One of the few times he wasn't quoting Enoch Powell.
All across our country.
I think Reform's outlook on net zero is very short term. because the cost of inaction is so much higher than if you were to invest now. You could invest in renewable energy to gain energy security. You could invest in skills and green skills and give more jobs. And I just think it's incredibly naive to sort of convey the opinions that you have, and I think it's oversimplistic.
Pause though.
And we've got a lot of...
She almost had a point there.
I mean, it's a reasonable point. The problem is that it's not naivety, it's corruption.
Yeah.
He's not naive. He's not doing this because he somehow is uneducated about the reality. He's paid by fossil fuel barons, right?
Yeah.
The man is a corporate stooge.
Yes, yeah. Again, ultimately worth bearing that in mind. They don't oppose net stupid zero for legitimate reasons. It's because they are literally
paid
the
shills.
Ideological seagulls in the oil slick of Westminster money.
That's an excellent turn of phrase. I'm sorry for interrupting it. Also, Litty Bros asks in chat, are there actual relevant leftist politicians in the UK? I'm not a Brit, but wasn't Jeremy Corbyn basically the only one? Well, Corbyn still, I think he's still an MP as an independent, right? Apparently he might be setting up his own party. The Green Party is the kind of the lefty party. Now, they're not like leftists, they're more social democrats, really, but
yeah,
there are leftists in the party. I mean, I'm a communist, I'm a member of the party. So there is actually a lefty faction. There is a leadership election for the Green Party later on in the year. There is a leftist standing, which is Zach Polanski. It's only £6 minimum to join, potentially, for the Green Party if you're on a low income, and as long as you join before the 31st of July, you can vote in the leadership election for Zach Polanski, and we might be able to make something of a left-ish kind of movement to the left of Labour, but with the Greens. If you share our values, I highly recommend joining.
I think I could probably see myself joining the Greens if Polanski becomes leader. If the party of anti-protest becomes leader, yeah, I would find it difficult to even vote for them, in all honesty.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, I probably still would, just because they're probably still the best, which is really fucking grim. But yeah,
I mean, you're in Birmingham, so your chance of getting good independent candidates is pretty high.
yeah. Oh, there probably will be. I imagine. I don't want to vote for the fucking Workers' Party people though, because they're cunts. But like, what do you do? Like, I don't want to vote for fucking weirdo transphobe dickheads, even if their economics are better. What do? I just draw a big cock on the fucking ballot paper and put it in the box. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, grim stuff. I kind of want to move into Jess Phillips's thing, just so that you know. But then I'd have to vote for the Workers' Party. Oh no! Oh god, it's just awful all round.
I mean, if there were the independent in your seat wasn't Workers' Party affiliated, were they? The last Camel Habosh?
Oh god, I can't even remember now, off the top of my head.
I mean, to be fair, the Greens Greens in your seat got 11% of the vote.
Yeah, no, the Greens are alright. Yeah, the Greens aren't the end of the world. In one of the neighbouring council wards, there's a Green councillor.
Yeah, like the Greens overperformed in your seat compared to their national vote share. So actually, the Greens didn't do too badly.
So I'd probably vote for Green, even though they don't realistically stand a chance. I don't think of taking the seat, but like I'd vote for them anyway, just because I mean, the Labour Party guy is this guy called Al Khans, who's literally a former Royal Marine guy who they just fucking parachuted in at the last second, because they had to replace the previous guy who'd been there for 20-odd, 30-odd years, who was so pro-Israel that the Muslim members of the Labour Party were going to vote against it. So he stood down. Brilliant.
Wow,
okay.
Steve McCabe, yeah, bought a bellend. But yeah, like...
He was literally the leader of the Labour Friends of Israel.
Oh, fuck me. Jesus Christ, you dodged a bullet trying to get rid of him. I mean, looking at the vote shares here, like, the Greens came fourth on 4,000 votes. Not that much, that's very small. So the turnout in your seat was 50%.
Oh, no, it is. It's one of the poorest seats in the country, yeah. Like, you're gonna... The turnout. For fucking council elections, it's like a third. It's embarrassing.
Jesus.
Yeah, awful shit. That's just the way it is. I mean, the people, the powers that be, have no interest in the likes of the people around here voting.
Also, I want to point out to Lizzie Bruss in chat, like, there aren't any relevant ones apart from Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, Zach Polanski potentially, and the Green Party as a thing, right? But I mean, there's people dotted around, but no, like, national politicians who are on the scale of Corbyn. No, in the UK's first past the post system, the effective had no chance. Well, no, not really. So, because we have this electoral fragmentation, but we also have electoral balkanization as well, in that certain voter groups are very concentrated in certain constituencies because of things such as people moving constituencies very frequently to go to university, where young people are more likely to live, older people from working class generations in old coal towns that then died, so people move out of it. People have moved, so the voting base for the Greens is very, very, very heavily concentrated in Remain voting, urban, young, student-heavy seats in inner cities. And so the Greens actually, despite it being first past the post, have a pretty good shot of winning, between 20 and 40 seats if the Labour vote craters towards them at an election, right? Whereas not unlike America, where the states are so huge, it encompasses all sorts of different populations, whereas our seats concentrate certain types of demographics in very certain areas, making it easier to win where it would be harder elsewhere.
Yeah,
Still
like
hard,
there are parts of London where it's so densely populated, it's like a few streets, basically. Like you can walk across it very easily, because geographically it's so small.
There's no chance of ever managing to form a majority government in the foreseeable future. I mean, I don't think there's any chance of anyone forming a majority government on current levels of polling.
Yeah.
The fragmentation is so wide, right? First past the post is basically broken. So I think we'll almost certainly have a coalition government next time around.
Probably. The problem I think that the right will have in trying to form some sort of coalition is that the Reform Party might do quite well, but the Tories might be so small that they're not really effectively going to be able to add anything to a coalition. So what do they even do in that situation? I don't know. Yeah. What was I going to say? I can't fucking remember. Oh, yeah, so someone said be the Green candidate. Firstly, I don't like the electorate, so I don't want to ask for their votes. And secondly, do you think me maybe fingering the corpses of dead fascists might turn up? Like, do you think my online persona might make it difficult for me to run as a political candidate?
Literally, like, that's why I would never run as a political candidate. It's like, she once said that she wanted Suella Braverman to drown in the Channel instead of migrants. And I'm just like,
For legal reasons, I just want to point out I have not desecrated anyone's corpse. It's a bit.
It's true. I've never actually said that, right? But like I must have said something mean about a politician one time, almost certainly on stream, and they just pull up the clip, goes everywhere. I'm not becoming a politician. I will be a shady figure in the background advising people's election campaigns, which ironically is kind of happening at this point.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, what you don't want to be is Elon Musk, like trying to pull the strings from the outside. You don't stand on the stage giving out $1 million checks, you idiot. You give the $1 million checks behind the scenes and then you pull the strings so no one sees. You fucking knob. Anyway.
Reform supporters in the audience as well, so I want to hear from some of them at least. Here's one in the front with the glasses on and the suit, yes.
Yeah, Reform are changing what they call waste within local government, regional governments, potentially central government if they're successful in the future. How much is actually spent on bureaucracy in this country? How many layers of chiefs do we have to have taking money with their research assistants, with their secretaries, with everything else that costs behind that? How much is going on bureaucracy?
Not much.
Why don't you look into that, you lazy bastard?
I mean,
why are you asking quick? You know that's all publicly available information. Find out.
I mean, the reality is not much.
Yeah.
Not much gets spent on bureaucracy, right? I remember the Doge people in America went and said, actually, we got there wasn't much fraud and everything was pretty efficient, right? That's the reality. And actually, most audits have found that our government is pretty efficient. The bits where it isn't, the bits of inefficiency that do exist is in the private sector. It's when we employ contracts in the private sector and they basically take the piss and on top of that pay for shareholder dividends and for directorial salaries, right? If it's a public sector organization, those things don't exist. It's done internally through whatever department that they answer to. So it's cheaper and more efficient to do it that way. It's just harder for politicians to run because that means they have to be accountable. They have to have skills applicable in running the department, and they can't just outsource all of those skills to consultants and to managers of private firms.
Yeah.
You have to, learn to do governance, which is not what politicians are for nowadays. They're for winning elections nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, well, listen, a prize to anyone who can answer that absolutely clearly. Yes, but you obviously feel quite a lot. Man in the blue short sleeve shirt there, yeah.
Hi, regarding some of the points that have been brought
Also,
up
just as a sort of general philosophical point, bureaucracy does not equal bad. Bureaucracy is actually a necessary thing. I think we should have people who like track things, people who study and understand things. That's actually quite good. We need databases of like, you know, things like there's a reason why information collation and distribution between different departments is really important. Actually, now that doesn't mean you can't get rid of some of them. Like I've said, I personally would jettison the OBR into the fucking sun. But you know, that can be discussed. But there's not like some grand bureaucratic fucking behemoth that's destroying the country. No, we're actually relatively small bureaucracy in this country.
Yeah, literally, that's very true. That's very true. Especially in the NHS, people keep saying there's loads of bureaucracy, and we're actually undermanaged. Like the NHS probably needs more managers, which is ironic, right? Because people keep saying the opposite. But there was a story about how changing a way of working in a certain NHS trust like cut loads of waiting times because they were working in a manner that was not efficient enough. And actually, efficiency can be found by having someone who knows a better way of working, who's in a managerial position, who can facilitate that. So this idea that management itself is somehow a bad thing is something I disagree with, right? It's just, it needs to be an accountable management. Like even worker cooperatives have managers, they're just elected, you know?
Yeah. Like one of the big things holding the NHS back is the huge amount of PFI repayments.
True.
Again, another reason not to engage with the private sector in this.
With the net zero. 7 years ago, on this very programme, I warned about over-relying on foreign gas and the need for domestic onshore production to shield us from price shocks. Today, while we've stopped direct Russian gas imports, the UK still faces some of the highest electricity prices in the developed world, crippling businesses and households. The transition also risks a deep dependence
just put your question. You don't have to read out a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't know which fucking gas company has paid you to read this, but just get to the question bit of it.
I mean, again, the reality is, of course, is that we should be investing in all power that was not fossil fuels and massively invested by the state to make energy costs incredibly cheap. Because look, if it all by the state was all subsidised, right, by not having there being a profit motive of the private company in the background and cheap energy was available, businesses would have an easier time getting off the ground. Why would you set up a business in the UK where energy is twice the cost as it is in Finland, for example?
Yeah.
Chinese panels. Basically, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell
let's hear your
is
question.
there's a lot of natural gas power stations that's going to be coming offline over the next 5 years, and 8 of the 9 nuclear reactors are coming offline as well. Moving on forward from that, the dynamic pricing that's going to hit everybody in this room is horrific, and that's going to be dynamic pricing around the peak times in the morning and the evening. And it's basically the Conservatives, Lib Dems and the Labour Party who have basically signed up to this net zero contract of absolute destruction, and there will be blackouts before the end of this decade.
Wrong.
All right.
It's not
Man
true.
here in the glass.
Well, people clapping. It's not said anything.
Reform fucking plant. Like, the plants are really obvious, guys. Hire an actor.
Literally reading for his... Yeah, literally. Honestly, this guy was essentially the fucking Mayor Quimby moment of Zia Yusuf. Your campaign has the momentum of a runaway freight train.
Yeah.
Why are you so popular?
Literally.
Labour only got in because they didn't want the Conservatives in.
Yeah.
And Labour are lied and lied. Keir Starmer is a liar.
True.
It's true.
A liar. Until we get them in, it's going to carry on everything.
Right, Darren, I'm sure you want to come back on that, but let me just come around our panel. Sarah. So the question is about reform. In 4 years, I mean, just to quote you, Felix, are they more likely to end up in Downing Street or be a comedy act up the road in Blackpool?
Well, I don't think people will be laughing if they're in number 10. But, I mean, to Zia's point, they have just won a whole clutch of councils, and I think it remains to be seen what they do with them. I'm hearing from colleagues in Kent, for example, who are the official opposition on Kent County Council now that Reform are running. And
oh, God, imagine living in a place where Reform are the leader of the council and the fucking Lib Dems are the opposition. I'd move. You are a cultural wasteland. Move. Jesus.
And, you know, they're cancelling meetings left, right and centre, including the audit meeting, which is there to scrutinise expenditure, and you think your Doge team is going to come in and suddenly find all of this waste that's going on. I can't answer this gentleman's question exactly. I don't know the numbers. What I do know is that local councils right across the country have been running on very, very low budgets for over a decade now. And if there has been loads and loads of waste to cut,
over a decade, you say? Would you say, I don't know, 15 years potentially?
No, just over 10. Don't look. No need to look any further back than 2015.
Well, the thing is, again, the biggest cuts in terms of the block grants to councils came in the coalition government.
No, they didn't. No, it was fine. Don't look into it. It's fine. Honestly. Don't worry about it.
The brass neck, the absolute brass neck of a liberal Democrat, of a Lib Dem going, well, austerity doesn't work, does it? Bitch, that's you.
Yeah,
that's you. That is.
You did that. Yeah. Fucking hell.
has been cut. And about and 75%, do you mind if I just finish this point, sir? 75% of what most councils spend is on children and adult social care, and they have statutory obligations that they can't, you know, they cannot cut them any further. There is very, very little waste to cut, and Reform keeps saying that there is billions of pounds to be saved, and that they can cut people's council tax. Let's let them do that. Let's see what happens, and then we'll see if they deserve to be another pound.
I agree, but the councils do a wonderful job.
Or let's not let them do that, because that would be fucking disastrous for local services.
And it's always the way with the Liberals. Go, just elect the fascists then. I'm sure that sunlight will be the best disinfectant. I'm like, well, yeah, then you also have an infected country. Maybe let's not do that.
Yeah. How about we, was it prevention better than cure? Let's stop an infection, shall we? No, you deserve an infection because you voted for the infection. I hope you suffer.
So we've got a council. But now we've also got Lancashire County Council as well as...
Also, what the fuck is this accent in Fleetwood? This turned into a fucking EastEnders episode. What is this? Oh, it's fucking grim up north. Hey.
Local council. How many layers of government do you need? You just need a local government and a central government. Why have we got all these other layers? Why have we got these mayors? Why have we got county councils? Do we need them?
Okay.
That you just mentioned two elements of local government. The thing that you said was fine. What the fuck are you talking about? Do we need them? Look, go and look and see if you need them. Why are you asking just sort of open-ended questions like this? Do we need them? Well, it depends what you mean by need. What are you looking to do with your local government? What are the parameters you're setting here? This is just fucking pointless, like, right-wing shouting into the ether.
I mean, to be fair, Kev, what you've done there is make the admirable but wrong assumption that this guy has put any amount of thought into the shit that he's saying.
That is true. No, this is just reactionary. Like, it's like, you know, what was the old thing about if you could talk to an alligator, you still wouldn't be able to understand you. Because it just has, like, its terms of service, which are eat. I need to eat and kill and sleep. And that's it. So this guy's just like, oh, the government and bureaucracy. Oh, do we need them? What? What? You haven't thought about this at all? Or are you just... Have you just woken up and you're just thinking about this now for the first time ever?
Who's running the country?
All right.
The mayors and the councils and the government.
Simon, but I would like you to answer the question. So we're talking about reform. You're obviously very exercised about the level of bureaucracy that you see. Are reform likely to be a credible proposition in government? That's effectively what the question is.
I mean, this is where, if you like, having lost, I can be really honest that running the country is difficult, and it is it is incredibly easy for Reform to sit here today and to pretend that just being angry about things will translate into running Britain either differently or better. The reality is...
That's actually a fucking decent point. Now, he's a Tory cunt, so don't trust a fucking word he says. But it's a very good point. Just being angry about stuff doesn't mean you're actually going to fundamentally change anything. And that's, I think, what we'll see on these councils. You can have a Doge, but it's not going to save anything because 95% of your budget's taken up with statutory spending anyway. So, you know.
Which, ironically, a very amusing comparison with the American actual Doge in America.
Yeah.
I say that's a bit tautology there. But an ironic comparison with Doge, the Doge that happened in the States, was that huge swathes of the budget were already congressionally approved,
Yeah.
and the actual kind of spending that's discretionary is a tiny fraction,
Yeah.
tiny fraction of the spending, and most actually the military.
Yeah. Actually, there was, again, not to draw this away from Britain too much, but there was a fantastic... I was watching Pete Hegseth, the Defence Secretary, who's a piece of shit. Anyway, they're spending public money to pimp out the plane that Qatar have given Trump for security reasons, because he's going to use it as Air Force One for a bit or something. And so he was asked by a Republican about the costs for that and where that money's coming from, and he said, "Oh, I'm not going to reveal that." And even the Republican was like, "No, you are going to reveal that. We are literally the committee which gives you the money to do this. You will tell us, otherwise you won't get the money." Like, yeah, it's public money. It's accrued by the fucking government and spent in that way. Fuck's sake.
That their economic prescription is madness, and I can say that as someone who was part of the Liz Truss government. And I can, we talk about
just burning himself now. It's economically illiterate, stupid, evil bollocks, and I can say that because I was part of the Liz Truss government.
I mean, at the very least, right? At least has the self-deprecation to go, well, we tried it and it was dumb, so if they're going to try it on steroids, then it's going to be dumb on steroids.
Yeah. I mean, okay, fair dues, but maybe it's a public humiliation kink he has. I don't know.
a lot, right, and perhaps rightly so, but the size of what reform have in contemplation is 2 to 3 times larger than what Liz was seeking to do, and look how the markets reacted to Liz's prescription. And that is the reality of what unfunded tax cuts mean on that scale. The reality is what we heard it here this evening. They're unable to answer Fiona's question around what happens when the French say no, when you tow the boats back.
Yeah, exactly.
The reality is they will say no. Are we going to end up in a shooting war with the French Navy when we try and enforce this?
Ultimately, that's what it'll come down to, because the French Navy will say stop, and if you don't, you have essentially declared war.
That's the thing.
What do you do then? What do they do? Do we get into an armed fucking conflict with a nuclear armed power? What?
See, and this was the kind of dumb conversation we were having about this when David Bull was talking about it on Politics Live or something like 12 months ago. And we're here 12 months later where it's now the main talking point on Question Time, which is when you were memeing before about, oh, Reform is going to go to war with France. We have fucking Simon Clarke going to the chairman of Reform. Your plan is so dumb it would start a war with France. He's going, well, I think we should do it anyway.
He's not the chair of the Reform Party anymore. He's been brought in. He's now basically a minor petty functionary.
Yeah, that's true. The ex-chair of Reform. But like, literally, how are we having "let's start a war with France" as a mainstream political talking point?
To be fair, that was basically British foreign policy for like 500 years.
True.
So
it's going back to British tradition.
Exactly. Return to tradition. Discard modernity. Embrace tradition. Return with a V for some fucking reason. Yeah, invade France. It's the only answer.
Unveiled their energy policy earlier this year on net zero, led by Richard Tice. It was a shambles. It had to be withdrawn within 24 hours of it being announced. Governing is hard, and reform are not serious. And whilst I totally accept, and I really do,
That's the first Tory who's gotten a round of applause for anything for fucking years on this show.
Yeah, literally multiple
And it was
years.
the Reform Party were a load of bollocks. That should tell you something, Kemi. Just saying. There's open ground and it's not to your right.
Also, on top of this, right, when he says things... What was the previous... I was going to respond to something he said there and I completely forgot. What did he say?
They're angry, they're not serious. I can't remember.
Replay. Yeah. It was a good point.
They unveiled their energy policy earlier this year.
That's what I'm going to say. That's fine. Yeah, I know what I was going to say now. Yeah.
It was a shambles.
So, talking about the energy policy being a shambles, right? I read their whole document that they released during the energy crisis, right? Where they had to have a force majeure. And they didn't retract this. This was still up on the website like months later, right? I shit you not, right? Their plan was to frack despite the fact there was a ban and nobody wants it and it could cause earthquakes.
Yeah.
And I shit you not, they described the shale gas in their official parliament in their official policy documentation as "quote unquote" buried treasure.
I mean, technically that's all fossil fuels. If you wanted to say that, really, like buried treasure.
Yeah, literally, their official policy documentation said there is buried treasure under our feet. We need to dig up through fracking.
I mean, oh God Almighty! I mean, I suppose they know their audience. Fucking idiots.
Morons.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
It had to be withdrawn within 24 hours of it being announced. Governing is hard, and reform are not serious. And whilst I totally accept, and I really do, the anger...
Yeah, their policy document is just a treasure map. X marks the spot. Let's go.
...that the public feel about levels of immigration. That is the primary reason why the Conservative government deservedly lost the last general election. It will not be fixed by electing a bunch of people who do not know what they're talking about and who would let you all down very badly if they were to win.
Oh, okay.
Well, once again, quite a lot to respond to there. Can I go back to the lady in the front row talking about net zero? Look, net zero, we are in favour of clean air for ourselves, for our kids and for our grandkids. You will not find a more pro-nuclear, for example, party than Reform, including small modular reactors, where we have a national champion like Rolls-Royce. The issue is we should not be subsidising it. It's a regressive tax on working people to the tune of £300 per year over the last decade to the average house.
What is he talking about?
That brings the energy bills down. If you don't subsidise it, then the bills will just be higher by the same amount.
Yeah. Well, again, it's just the neoliberal cries out in anger. Like it's just nothing.
The thing is, on the new settlement for clean energy, since we transitioned from the previous shitty government to the current less shitty but pretty meh government we've got at the moment, is that the change is that instead of being subsidy, gifts, just grants to these people, there's an equity there. So it's not even being paid for with taxation. This is coming from fiscal expense. This is borrowed money that will then get paid back down by the profits that get paid out in dividends because of the fact that the government owns shares in the business, right? So it pays for itself over time. Where you're right to call it like subsidy beforehand, but it's not even subsidy anymore. This is government equity. This is state equity.
Yeah.
It's just been, except the difference, of course, that what we shouldn't be doing is state equity. We should have state ownership. And then we keep all of the profits.
Yeah.
Sold in the UK. That's why people watching this programme, the people in this audience, are petrified to open their energy bills. If you want to have solar panels on your roof on your own dime, that's cool. I like Teslas, great cars. That's fine. But you should not be taxing in a regressive way working people in this country in order to achieve it. And we need to cut our energy costs. I keep going back to this. We will never have proper economic growth in this country if you have the highest energy costs in the world. The US pays 60% less than us. They're growing way faster. The Chinese pay 80% less than us. They are growing way faster.
So we need to join China.
Yes. I mean, finally, I can agree with Zia Yusuf on something. We should be doing...
Let 1,001 blossoms bloom.
I finally agree with Reform UK. Absolutely, we should be doing what China is doing by creating more photovoltaic capacity last year than America has ever done in its history combined.
And high-speed trains fucking everywhere.
Let's go. Let's go.
No more walking. You have to take the fucking train.
Yes.
You know, in terms of the Tories, I mean, somebody who sat alongside Liz Truss and inflicted that damage on this country saying we're economic fantasists is the ultimate of the pot, calling the kettle black.
Right, but you want to do what they did, but way worse. That's the point. He's literally the harbinger who's like, no, we tried that shit and it fucked it up. And these dickheads want to do it even worse. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah.
Nigel Farage is the only political leader that I can remember for a very, very long time who has ever stood up in front of the media and talked about making hundreds of millions of pounds of cuts in his first term as Prime Minister.
George Osborne?
Yeah,
Hello?
like, they were pretty they were, yeah. Like, I remember that entire 2010 election. Even fucking Gordon Brown was. All of them were like, no, we're all going to cut stuff, but it's the degree to which we're going to cut stuff. And Gordon
where it
Brown was
cuts
seen
for,
as
yeah.
dangerous communism because he was only going to cut like 4% or whatever. Like, it's just,
And the cuts were, look, and also where you cut. Are you going to
Yeah.
cut from like working age benefits or investments in councils or Insure Start, or are you going to cut away from like corporate subsidy?
yeah. And surprise, surprise, they didn't cut away from that.
Zia, other than cutting net zero subsidies, when it comes to welfare, for example, when it comes to the NHS, for example, would you be making cuts there?
No, because we just get rid of the immigration and then that solves everything. Next question.
Well, I'll give you 32 billion a year of cuts straight away. As I said, 15 billion in foreign aid, 5 billion.
There you go.
5 billion in asylum hotels, and the 12 billion on net zero. If you take something like welfare, and again, hearing a Tory talk about this, they took state spending as a percentage of GDP.
This question is about reforms here.
I
Would
am
you cut the welfare? Well, you haven't yet. Would you cut the welfare budget?
Look, we are on the side of working people and people who set their alarm clocks in the morning. It is way too easy in this day and age in the United Kingdom to get onto long-term welfare. And by the way, almost impossible to come off it.
Would you cut the welfare budget?
We are on the side of working people. So you can expect...
Oh, what a politician. Oh, what was that about not answering questions earlier? Good God.
Yeah, the straight shooters of the Reform UK clique have suddenly disappeared and been replaced with career politicians who try and avoid the question and speak in platitudes. So weird. Suddenly you're top of the polls and now you refused to be sincere in the way in which you talk about things. Isn't that funny how that works?
It's interesting, that, isn't it? Also, this is how you lose an electoral chance, Reform. If you get to the top of the poll here and then you start acting like the same, all of a sudden your USP disappears.
Literally.
Per capita, under a reform government, Fiona, per capita, you will see welfare spending reduced significantly. How? A whole host of reasons. Number one, the highest proportion ever of young people are now on long-term disability and welfare benefits. That's the first thing. And the way you get onto that is... So number one, you actually have a proper assessment and testing process like you used to have before COVID.
Before you... God almighty. So they're just going to kick young, sick people off benefits?
Basically, that's the case. Yeah. Again, they live in this fantasy world where they believe there's just this huge glut of people who are pretending to be mentally ill when they aren't, right? Or pretending to be, say, disabled when they aren't. And there's literally no evidence that supports this. No evidence at all.
Because it's just reactionary nonsense. They've worked out in their head what they think the truth is, and that's it.
Exactly.
Happened during COVID, and you can go and look this up online, is the United Kingdom got addicted to welfare at a catastrophic cost. Countries like the United States,
Okay, but just to be clear, because I want to bring...
So
I'm not trying to categorise, but just to be clear, because I want to bring more people in, there would be cuts. Fewer people would get welfare if
per capita welfare spending. We are on the side. We're unapologetic about this. We are on the side of people who set their alarm clocks in the morning. Per capita welfare spending will come down under reform.
Okay, so the man in the blue and white, you've got sort of swirls on you.
What a fucking slimy snake politician he is. Unbelievable.
Back, keep going further back with the microphone. Yes, there you are.
Yeah, do I, sorry for the reform, do I smell a bit of BS? Because you are trying to tell us to trust you and to trust the reform or the Farage show, as we say. You know, it's the same, it's the guy who advocated for Brexit. Let's not forget that. And we forgot something in this conversation. Why the state of the economy is in the mess that we are now. It comes down to one thing, Brexit. Immigration. If we want to talk about immigration.
Considering this is a Reform Council area, that's a surprisingly big round of applause for fuck Brexit.
From a foreign accent as well.
Yeah, exactly. A Greek guy going, fuck Brexit. That
I mean,
got a big round of applause. Okay.
You'd think a Greek person would hate the European Union.
Well, yeah, but he didn't have to deal with the Troika. He's been living here the whole fucking time. His restaurant's doing very well, thank you very much.
True. But on top of this, I mean, he's wrong. Like, the problem was austerity. Like, the big problem was the economic decisions that were made between 2010 and 2015, when definitely not the Liberal Democrats were in government,
I was about
right?
to say, this is just a Greek Lib Dem.
Yeah.
This is the one Greek Lib Dem that exists.
Talk about immigration. We're supposed to take back control. According to your Farage imposter, you know. So, I mean, you tell us now we need to trust somebody that really he advocated for even WTO rules, which he didn't know what WTO rules were. You know, North Korea is in that. But anyway, so we are in the situation because of what happened into the
All right,
economy.
mate,
We
for
lost
fuck's sake.
5% of GDP, around about 150 billion. So the economy will be fantastic with another extra 150 billion. That's why we are where we
All
are.
right. Let me bring some more people in. The man here in the blue shirt.
It's not whether reform will end up in the comedy club. They are the comedy club. In particular for you, Darren. You said that Labour got in because people...
How much do you reckon Zia Yusuf wants to racially abuse this man?
wanted change. They didn't. Labour got in because they wanted Labour in charge. And why did they want Labour in charge? Because of what you stand for. I think you need to change the narrative. You took over from the Tories, who destroyed this country in 14 years, and you've given them a window.
No, just 9
to spout
years.
the stuff they do. He's now the Doge lead. Like Elon Musk and Trump, it's a matter of time before him and Farage are going to fall out. What
Again.
you need to do is change the narrative, not just on what we do. I think the spending review actually makes sense, but the narrative doesn't. The immigration narrative, people in this country genuinely care. But when it comes to a choice between people getting things for free and people really struggling, change the narrative. Put the humanity back in what immigration is all about and sort the immigration stuff out. You all talk the same stuff. There are a handful of things we can
I haven't
change.
got much time left. Now, look, what I'm finding is a lot of people have been very critical of reform, and that's absolutely your right. I know there are quite a few reform people here in the audience, and obviously they are doing relatively well in the polls. They've just won 10 councils. So I want to just call out again, because otherwise I feel we're not hearing a representative sample of who's good. So yes, the man there in the black jacket with the white T-shirt.
That's me. Thank you. It's time's gone by. Failure followed by failure. Promises and belief in what you're saying. The gentleman before me was absolutely spot on. We need something different, okay? The policies may not match people's opinions sometimes, but we need a change. It's like the old cliche, the old film, Brewster's Millions. None of the above. That's how it feels like right now.
That's ultimately the truth of it. I don't think a lot of people actually do particularly like Farage's policies. He's not when polled about leaders and stuff. Nigel Farage is one of the most unpopular of all of them.
He is, yeah.
But people will, if you offer them just the status quo, look with fucking Darren Jones earlier, going the bankruptcy of the populist right, and we need to tell them the good things about centrism. No one wants fucking centrism. Centrism's what got us to this shithole of a place in the beginning. It's fucking awful. It's the fact that you've all got the same opinions. There's one policy that's even allowed. It needs to stop, because people will vote for the mystery box, and the mystery box this time turns out to be fascism. Brilliant. Fucking hell.
And we need passion. And you know what? We are just Britain right now. We need to be great Britain again.
And here in the check shirt in the front.
One of the reasons that Reform did so well in the local council elections is because, unlike people in Westminster that make decisions for London and the South East, they actually got boots on the ground and came and listened to the people in the local communities. And I speak from a situation where of knowledge. I used to run the food bank here for 2 years. 30% of the clients now that access the food bank, which is obviously run by Faith in the Community and is a charity, are illegal immigrants. Look at the housing situation in Fleetwood. Large Victorian terraces being bought up by people that are making money, turning them into HMOs, and then renting them out to the government in Westminster, who haven't got a blooming clue where Fleetwood is, right? To asylum seekers. What Reform did was they actually came into the town. Nigel Farage himself visited Fleetwood, and his people put boots on the ground, listened to what was being...
Again, there is a sort of a point here. I don't think that Nigel Farage gives a fuck about Fleetwood. But just actually going to a place and listening to them, there's nobody outside the M25 thinks that Keir Starmer gives the slightest fuck about them. No one does. No one in the southwest, no one in Wales or Scotland, the Midlands, the north of England. No one. Because he's just a London southwest guy. Or southeast guy, I should say. That's it. And this Labour government are just that as well. They clearly don't give a shit. When, like, their big thing was, oh, let's invest in the corridor between Cambridge and Oxford. Like, that's the place that needs the investment. I'm sure the people of Sunderland will really give a fuck about that, yeah. You idiots. You're perfectly designing a policy to ensure that Nigel Farage can speak to the people of Middlesbrough and say, London doesn't care about you, I do.
Exactly. Like, I've been pointed out in chat, right? Like, 1 in 5 workers use food banks, 4 million plus children living in poverty, yet fucking shareholders from Thames Water making off like fucking criminals. Profits in British Gas, £751 million, a really other great point that you've made there as well. We have companies, as has been pointed out earlier by a member of the audience in this show, pointing out that companies don't pay any tax because they domicile themselves elsewhere, and yet we let them trade anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've allowed huge mega corporations to carve up our country, our public services, destroy communities and habitats, everything, right? And we've got nothing to show for it. Where we've got more billionaires than we've ever had, and the rest of the country is falling apart. And why are we blaming someone who's fleeing a country that we bombed into a failed state?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And said in the local community, and that's what people appreciated, instead of what seems to be happening everywhere else. It's people in Westminster making decisions for London and the South East.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a certain truth to that.
Let us end with that. I suspect that's a topic we will return to. But for now, our time is up. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you to the audience. Really appreciate all your points and your comments. And of course, thank you to you at home for watching. Just remember that next week we're doing this special programme devoted to the issues of growing up in the 21st century with an absolutely terrific panel. So if you'd like to be part of that audience, go to the question time.
Oh, God, I'm going to be on my own having to listen to Tommy Innit. Oh.
Probably Tommy Innett's good.
He's all right. He's a lib, but, like, he also, like, he mainly does, like, oh, let's react to some memes. Like, he doesn't do politics. He's fucking rubbish. He shouldn't be on the show. I mean, he's going to be better than Catherine Burble-Singh, but that's just because, he doesn't talk exclusively out of his rectum.
True.
That's nice.
I mean, it is fine to say, Ben, that, having that big transport investment for local mayors and things like that at the spending review was good, right? But that should have been the promise that you made right at the start. When when people wanted to hear about levelling up, that's what the previous government got elected on and failed on, right? Labour heartland communities had nothing to cling on to and just immediately looked at all of the bad stuff, which was, really pretty fucking bad, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All of the welfare cuts.
The narrative has been set now. It's going to be really, really difficult, even with 4 years nearly to go. It's going to be difficult to turn that around now because they've spent a year going, actually, no, it was right that we freeze Granny. That's difficult to come back from that. People are not going to react well to you saying, oh, we should freeze Granny and fuck over the disabled. But don't worry, we're going to invest in Oxford and Cambridge. Like, people see that and don't like it. So, they've got a lot of fucking work to do. Now, I liked, one thing I will say, and I know this is sort of performative or like the comms side of things, but I like the fact that she was like, this is not austerity, we're not doing austerity anymore. She moved away from the overt kind of Osbornianism of previous statements, which is good. I think that's a positive thing. If she backs that up with anything like policy, we're onto a winner. But I don't think she will. Because she's basically yassified George Osborne.
I mean, like, there's good stuff there in terms of the tax rises, I guess, but it's just everything seems so piecemeal when we really do. We can't.
Yeah, it's timid.
like we can't entertain the idea of being restrictive in what we do or don't do in terms of public spending when there is so much that needs fixing, right? When you think about, if there's cuts in certain areas, small increase in budgets, when we have to deal with fixing the rot of 15, 14 years of failure, right?
Yeah.
That's the big thing,
That, as always with Starmer's politics and Reeves's politics, even when they're being slightly better, because they did fudge the way in which they get to the number in order to free up tens of billions. They're going to be spending it mainly on landlords and manufacturers of arms. Brilliant. But even so, it's tinkering around the edges. That's all they can. That's the biggest they can possibly dream, is marginal improvements, which ultimately doesn't win you elections. When Nigel Farage is offering like magic, he's not going to achieve magic, but people are prepared to like go with a dream rather than the shit reality.
Yeah, for sure. And like you'd have to, like, even if I can let Labour off in terms of the policies they do that I like, right? It's gonna have to be really good policy for me to overlook the whole genocide thing.
Yeah, the genocide is not. It's not helpful, certainly.
And also, like the acquiescing to an EHRC that they want to replace with someone just as transphobic that essentially might make me leave the country. Like it's just. There are so many red lines that have been crossed that I just can't. Like, I mean, you've watched my channel, right? You know by content that I will never criticize unduly. I will always root my criticism in the fact, and I will say good things when good things are good when I think that they're good. But even those good things can't. I mean, I can't be dealing with the fact that.
I'm not arguing for.
Enough, yeah.
I'm not arguing for a second that you should vote for these fuckers. I'm saying just in terms of them being an electoral possibility for the country, as you know.
Yeah, exactly.
At large, like the people of Middlesbrough, and I don't want to just pick on Middlesbrough, whatever. Like places in the north of England and in Wales. Are not seeing anywhere near enough from them right now. Now, if they change things, there's still enough time that they can win it round, and they are mid-term, and we understand how the kind of cycle of these things work, but they need to do a lot more. They need to, I mean, frankly, they need to get rid of fucking Morgan McSweeney and his, like, brand of politics. No, I know they're not going to ever do, like, full-scale luxury gay automated space communism, but they could do some very, very basic social democracy, and that would probably be enough. Because the Reform Party don't have anything really going that they can really sell. The Tory Party are dead. The Lib Dems are okay, I guess, or whatever. But there's a lot of people that would be prepared to give the Labour Party another 4 or 5 years if they can see some improvements. And so far, they're fucking not. And that's the challenge for them, I suppose.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I mean, the thing is, there could be some kind of future where Starmer gets ousted. They, shove Andy Burnham in some safe seat somewhere, but
maybe.
Yeah,
but I mean, it'll probably be
too late. It'll be too late.
Well, it might be too late, and also they're more likely to replace him with fucking Wes Streeting. So
yeah, that's also true. Hey ho.
Which is depressing. Okie doke. So you're off gallivanting.
So I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll do a rare Friday stream so I can get in the very last piece I can before we go. So I'll be live tomorrow, probably late in the evening, because I'm going to be staying up late for my flight, basically. So I'll definitely see everybody then. Question is, where are we going to do the Raid Arena?
I have no idea. I always leave this far too late. Where are we?
Should we have the serfs for some clout?
We can do. Hang on a minute. How do I... Why is it not letting me edit my fucking stream? Is my screen too small?
Oh, JFK Rotting has gone live. Let's go into JFK Rotting, because that's a great name.
Okie dokie. Oh, hang on. I know what the fucking problem is. God damn it. 1 second. Sorry. I'm on my wrong account. So I was like, why can't I go to the edit screen? Because you weren't on the fucking account, you twat. Who did you say, sorry?
JFK Rotting.
Oh, okay. He hasn't been rotting that long. Ew. Okie doke. I'll be back tomorrow, everybody.
Yes, it's Friday, isn't it? It's happy hour.
Yes, well, for the first time in a couple of weeks, because she's been away. She was in Bristol and then in Bonn, of all places.
As you do.
Former capital of West Germany. which apparently is very small and a bit boring. But there we go. Fuck's sake, Kev, come on now. We want to go to bed for fuck's... Right. Right. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all of the platforms.
Absolutely. Go and follow KFLogan1875 over on Twitch and at Ploppy111 over on YouTube to follow Kevin. Please do. It's free.
Indeed, yes. Enjoy your travels, and we shall meet again some
Fingers
sunny
crossed,
day.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll probably see me in chat like you did last time.
Yes.
In which case, free Palestine, and I'll see you later.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.